Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rock. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's stream. It is Tuesday, the 10th of February, and we are going through the new year at lightning pace. So, Lap Jeff in the house. I am here. Welcome. I hope you are doing well. And today we're going to be covering some of the events that took place, it would seem, across the nation to a certain extent, protesting. So the Anti-Herzog protests and rallies that were taking place across the state yesterday, across the nation, sorry, yesterday. We're going to be having a look a bit at that. And kind of really unpacking, I guess, what happened in Sydney, which it's pretty much ground zero for all of this stuff at the moment. So we're going to go through that footage and through kind of the mainstream media analysis of this. Ninja Nurse in the house, yo, yo, yo. Hope you are well. And yeah, we're going to kind of look at reactions to things, how the media is kind of manufacturing consent on this one. And it's pretty typical, I guess you would say. And then we're going to have a look at some world elections that have been going on. We were covering the Japanese elections a little bit yesterday. We're going to continue looking at some more analysis of Japan, but there's also been some election results coming out of Portugal and Thailand. It looks like Thailand has picked a conservative. They've gone the Japanese route. And it looks like the Portuguese have brought in a socialist. So watch out. Evil socialism coming to get you, ladies and gentlemen, through the Portuguese. And so we'll have a look at a bit of that, and then we'll go on to some other things as we have time. I am the Schrodinger's dilemma. I am here, but I'm also not here at the same time. That's very deep and philosophical of you this morning, Dilemmas. Good to have you. 4AS in the house from Ground Zero, giving us the updates yesterday. That was interesting to see. The footage or the shots that you were providing there for IS, I must say, pretty crazy stuff with the copper sharper that you were showing us from right up in the sky wherever you were. That was how's the helicopter shot? It's pretty crazy. A security detail was on full display yesterday for Herzog. So kind of, let's get into it, shall we? Let's get into that. That's probably going to be one of the bigger things today. Hobo Joe, yo, yo, yo. What's up, what's up? Hope you are well. And we're going to cover the whole Herzog situation. Give up your red, Lisbon. Yes, we will be getting to that later. So yesterday from 5, I guess you would say 5 p.m. onwards, 5:30, people started gathering in Sydney around Town Hall. So if you're not aware, Town Hall isn't just a nice name. Town Hall is actually a place where people are supposed to get together and talk about civic matters. Like in a free society, when people get together and talk about like politics and stuff like that, that usually happens at an arena, I guess you would say, like Town Hall. So there was no better arena for people to be getting together in the public sphere and expressing themselves, their anti-Herzog sentiment. There is no better place than Sydney Town Hall. If you look at, liberal societies, free societies, town halls are where it all happens. It is where the community comes together to express themselves and talk openly, participate in the process in public affairs. And so it is so normal that this would have happened at a place like Town Hall, despite the fact that the cops and Chris Minns and all that sort of stuff were trying, Ho Chi Minns were trying to tell people to stay away. They were trying to tell people to go to another location. They just, for all intents and purposes, they just have an exclusion zone, and they just wanted to keep that exclusion zone, and fully disregarding anything about the civil liberties and the human rights that people have, like basically the right to protest and the right of assembly. The crowd was so big that the police couldn't arrest anyone, even if they wanted to. Although I did see what happened after 8-ish. Yes. Yeah, it still looks like they got some good shots on those pesky protesters. And they did. We're going to have a look at some of the footage today. And if you've seen it already, like some of the footage is pretty intense. I don't know if you've seen some of the stuff that's been put in Discord, but like, there's some overt and I would say unnecessary police action that was going on there yesterday. Like mad dog shots coming out of the coppers, and not just on people. I don't know, young people that are looking for a fight. Like you see there's some crazy footage of like the elderly getting beat up by cops, like completely unnecessary stuff, like completely unnecessary stuff. And there's even some funny footage of coppers getting caught in the crossfire of their own pepper spray tactics, and they're all like all the cops are like rubbing their eyes and all that sort of stuff. So let's get some context. We'll see how it unfolded. Like I said, we're going to look at this from the perspective, getting those COVID lockdown vibes. Yes. Yeah, it's an interesting point that you make, Dilemmas. If you're the type of person that went along to some of the lockdown protests that went down and were upset, kind of seeing like the suppression of people's civil liberties, I guess you would say, at the hands of the police state, you should be upset by this type of stuff as well, because it's all part of the same thing, really. I guess completely different reasons for being out in the street, but do you agree with the way that the state uses its monopoly over the use of force and violence to quell a population? If you didn't like what was happening, in COVID, you shouldn't like this, and vice versa. I think it's a fair point, Dilemmas. You seem to be starting off the streams with some gold these days, Dilemmas. We'll see where the rest of the day takes us, shall we? So yeah, we're going to take the old manufacturing consent analysis on this one. And just go through chronologically, if we can, how the media has displayed this. So we're going to start with the first reports that came out last night. And then we're going to work through like what was happening this morning, etc., and like just intermittently look at like actual footage from the protests. But like 4AS gave us a really good glimpse yesterday on Discord. So if you haven't already, just go over and have a look at that. You can see at like the beginning of it, like people congregating around the side of town hall, and then like the crowd goes from loose or sparse on the edges to like dense as you can't even see. You can't even contain them in the photo anymore. So like the crowds were mounting over time, and like people in the crowds were saying that there were tens of thousands of people there. I'm not sure exactly what the official numbers were. I don't think we'll ever know. The official sources that come from media in the state won't tell you. And then the stuff from the people that were there will tell you a different story. And like the two will never believe it. The two will never reconcile, let's say. But, you could argue, given the space, if you know this part of Sydney well, and it was chockers all the way around Town Hall and the surrounding kind of network, then there could have easily been like, 20,000 people there crammed into that space. Morning, everyone. Hope you've had a good night's rest. And remember, if you went to a protest in Sydney, no, you didn't. Very good. Very good. It's good to have you, Dr. Nathan. Ninja knows I'm so thankful for all the protesters yesterday demonstrating, even though the president of Israel was there, the people didn't welcome him. Yeah, well, a large section of the population didn't, but it seems like the crowds that were coming out in the Sydney Convention Centre were reportedly in the thousands. So, a very select group of the Australian community was allowed to go along to that soiree, let's just say. You don't spill out into the streets like that unless there's a lot of people in town hall. Yeah. I didn't protest during COVID. I wasn't locked down and was still working, so it didn't affect me too much. Plus, I was just starting to do my own research, but watching the footage in hindsight, the actions of police both times are unacceptable. And like, you know, take it, let's go through today and like we'll watch some of the footage and you make up your own mind about what was really going on here. But it does seem, in summation, and not to plant something, but in your own mind, but like the tactic was allow them to congregate, keep them out of certain areas, and then at a certain time it was just like, it's time to clear the streets. It doesn't matter if these people have a right to be here or not. It's not like gathering isn't illegal. It was a planned protest that was deemed unnecessary, and at a certain point they just wanted to clear the streets. And they were going to do so, and they were going to do so by any means necessary, and they started doing that in a very, very confrontational manner, obviously. There are different tactics that can be applied, and they chose very purposefully what was happening there. It was not an accident. Morning, chaps, says Jordan. How you going? Dr. Nathan, the max reported was 9K. The protesters were estimated about 40 to 50K plus people who couldn't get through the lines. Yeah, there you go. Big crowd. Big crowd. That's just what piggies do. And yeah, the piggies were being piggy yesterday. So like I said, let's go through and see how this unfolded from the media's perspective, and how what type of consent we're being manufactured for at the moment. Thank Ho Chi Minh's for the delay in the Sydney Metro. Funny how the Bankstown line didn't have direct access to Town Hall due to delays in the project. Hey, Ho Chi Minh's. He's coming to get you. He's coming to get you. All right, so this was Channel 10 last night. So like late last night, I think they're reporting on this. And like this was as it was kind of coming out. And then we'll go through chronologically as best as we can. Let's have a listen.
There have been violent clashes between police and protesters in the heart of Sydney, with capsicum spray deployed, punches thrown and multiple people arrested. Huge crowds gathered in the city to protest the visit of Israel's president.
I love it. It's like, why did you do that? Look at them all. 1, 2, 3. Someone's getting caught in the crossfire. So much for police training. Shoot. Friends, watch out.
Crowds gathered in the city to protest the visit of Israel's president, with demonstrators and officers squaring off before tensions boiled over. Let's bring in Zoe Martin in the newsroom for the latest now. Zoe, do we know how...
I wonder what Peter Street Cred has to say about yesterday. Hey, not this lefty slump. What are you talking about? Channel 10, the leftist machine itself in full action. Is that Karl Marx I see in the background there, in the backdrop? Yeah, it is. There it is. Can we get a balanced view on it, please? Well, don't worry. According to Ninja Notes, we're going to be going over to see what Peter Credlin has to say about this soon. So don't worry, Larp Jeff. We'll get to your Sky News soon enough. Ground news coming up.
How many arrests were made?
Ursula, the total number of people detained hasn't yet been confirmed, but from what we've seen from our cameramen on the ground, there have been at least 30 protesters detained. At times, these arrests were quite forceful. Video capturing the violence that erupted as crowds clashed with officers.
Do I have the interview with Mins on Sunrise yet? I've got it here, but I haven't watched it yet. I want to watch it with you guys. Because he does one on ABC as well. And so, like, what, Carl's sticking up for the little guy, is he? Good on you, Carl, you sick dog.
People were knocked to the ground and trampled on, some even punched. Capsicum spray was used, some demonstrators using goggles or...
Yeah, look at this guy. Wait, look at this guy talking about, hey, this is starting to look like America. What's going on here? Hey, we've seen plenty of arrests in these type of situations before, and they're not always like this. Like, this guy's getting hit in the kidneys. And for what? Huh?
Masks to protect themselves, others forced to leave the protest in search of water. Riot police, mounted police, all out in force, anger.
The narrative has very much been like, if you just look at the headlines, it's all just like violent protesters clash with police. Here's your violent protester in Navy over here having a crack, bro. Not exactly, but he doesn't seem convinced. Too bad. I was hoping that Carl was going to start the communist revolution. Looking like America under Labor, LOL, under Ho Chi Minh's, bro. Looking like an American communist regime. Hey, those two things go together, right? Let's go with that.
Some even punched. Capsicum spray was used, some demonstrators using goggles or masks to protect themselves. Others forced to leave the protest in search of water. Riot police, mounted police, all out in force.
Calm down.
Anger really began to build as the crowd started chanting, "Let us march." But under the protest restrictions that is...
Yeah, I know. Violent protester in his business shirt and slacks. Yeah, tell me about it.
It's still banned. The Palestine Action Group losing an 11th hour bid this afternoon to overturn protest restrictions, meaning police still have extra powers to shut down parts of the CBD, give move-on orders and limit the number of people gathered. The court loss not deterring the crowd, though, thousands packing into Town Hall in a protest like many.
Carl's the everyman. He's a good marker for the average middle-aged man of Australia. I'm just an average guy. Hey, yeah, Carl the everyman. That's pretty good. Let's acknowledge that we talk about America, but at least no one got executed by ICE. Yeah, fair enough. Yes.
Haven't seen before.
I've been coming for 2 years and they have been peaceful and civilised and good-natured, and tonight it was a disaster. They provoked awful rioting and pushing and shoving, violence from the police.
This protest...
Hey, what would this guy know, hey? Old mate over here, spreading lies, his own propaganda. What would that guy know, hey? Douchebag. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe this... Who said that the other day? Who said that? That this is a leftist propaganda machine, Channel 10? Eh? Was that Peter? I don't know who Peter is. Tell us. Sky will memory hold this. They're too busy doing damage control when they tried spinning up One Nation, thinking the centre-right would come back to the Liberals. I love the headlines because they suggest the protesters who are violent. Yeah, it's like violent. Like, look at the headlines of violent protesters clash with police. That old man went on the Friendly Geordies podcast. Oh, interesting. Is this the guy? He was speaking to like Ali and Mislav, I think. And he's Jewish, right? And he was speaking about anti-Semitism and all that sort of stuff. Is this the guy, Peter?
Rioting and pushing and shoving, violence from the police.
This protest was one of many held in capital cities right across the country tonight. Those events were relatively peaceful, however. In Melbourne, pro-Palestinian demonstrators blocked Flinders Street Station, while in Adelaide they gathered on the steps of Parliament House. In Brisbane, hundreds packed into the city for a separate rally. It was condemning the state government's move to introduce new hate speech laws that would see pro-Palestine slogans outlawed. Should it pass, Queensland would be the first state to ban the use of the phrase "from the river to the sea." Ursula, tensions high as the Israeli president continues his visit here at Australia.
Thank you, Zoe.
It's pretty lame stuff, though, isn't it? Like banning people from saying "from the river to the sea." Like, come on, seriously. Yeah, self-hating Jew. Yes, yeah, that's the guy, Peter. Yes, anyone who stands up and talks bad about, what did Herzog say? Israel is a protector of all Jews. So if you speak bad about the Israeli government, or the state of Israel, then you are a self-hating Jew, aren't you? There it is. The news made no mention of his name or credentials. By design, those violent protesters praying on their knees with their heads bowed down. There's a bit of that footage going around, isn't there?
In vastly contrasting scenes just a few blocks from where those protests unfolded in Sydney, thousands of supporters of the Israeli president gathered to hear him speak. The event hosted by the Zionist...
Here's your balanced journalism coming up here. Now we get to see the other side, the peaceful side. These people, very, very peaceful. Would you believe it? Not being agitated by the coppers.
Federation of Australia ended his first day of a 4-day visit. Reporter Tallulah Thompson was there.
What about From the River to the Sea? Is that banned? Yes, that is apparently banned in Queensland. Like, you know, talk about, hey, where's all the free speech advocates, hey? Where's the solidarity from the right-wing free speech advocates on this one? From the creek to the billabong. I put some footage I found on Reddit in the general chat. Yes, I saw that. We will get around.
He entered the theatre to a standing ovation, marking the start of an evening of light and solidarity.
Within hours of the attack, President Herzog called me. Israel is with you, he said. Just as you stood with us.
And for President Herzog, a chance to address thousands of Australian Jews in the wake of the Bondi terror attack.
We've longed to see you and to grieve with you, and we come bearing the prayers of your Israeli family.
In attendance, some of those who were there that night, paying tribute to those who didn't survive.
Dear Matilda, the President of Israel is here now. It matters because it says that we are not alone.
Dignitaries, politicians past and present there too, and as expected,
Whoa. Hey, Ho Chi Minh. Which side of the city was he on? No, he's not hanging out at town hall. Hey? Not hanging out at town hall. Look at the police presence. 2 of them. Better get the pepper spray out. You might be outnumbered there, boys. Outnumbered. It's given Hillsong vibes. Yes, yeah, it does, doesn't it? But like a very old crowd there, middle-aged as where are the teenagers singing and crying? This is disgusting. Let's showboat this genocide.
Police presence. Wherever the Jewish head of state goes, so too does an enormous security operation. Earlier today, under umbrellas and the watchful eye of snipers, he and the First Lady both lay a wreath and a stone carried from Jerusalem. The crowd there small and carefully selected. Tonight's was much larger. Around 8,000 people secured tickets to tonight's event, just shy of a sellout crowd, and they've come from far and wide.
Just shy of a sellout, eh? Just enough room to pack some extra police in there, just in case these people get a bit rowdy. They need to be moved along.
Come up from Victoria, so we felt it was really important that we set aside the time to show solidarity with the Bondi and the Sydney Jewish community.
I think it's really inspiring that Herzog's coming here to show his support for the community.
To give comfort to those mourners, and I think that that's just something so unique and so special to the Jewish people.
For a shared moment of remembrance.
May the memory of those we have lost forever be a blessing.
Tallulah Thompson, 10 News.
Very entitled. Just a little bit. Right. So this is as it broke last night, and it's just like, let's not focus on the protests. Let's sure we make it out that there was many things to look at here tonight. Don't let Joshua Lees take over this event, for God's sake. So this was breaking at 5 in the morning, I want to say 6 in the morning that this was coming out. So let's have a look.
Good morning. Intense clashes between police and Palestine protesters have played out.
Violent Sydney protest clashes. Violent, and for what reason? I will put it to you, ladies and gentlemen, that it was artificial. It wasn't something that was coming about because people were in a public place specifically, or they had intention of doing so, but they were agitated. Let's just put it there, hey? Let's just put it out there. Portugal election happened. The Socialist Party candidate has won. Yes, we're going to look at that later as well, actually. Hong Kong democracy media tycoon mogul Jimmy Lai sentenced to 20 years imprisonment by China, supposedly for foreign collusion and conspiracy. Yes, and that's like a death sentence for someone of his age, apparently. Once again, notice the wording. It suggests the protesters are violent, but they can crab walk away if they are called out for it. Very deceptive. Good call, 4IS. There it is. My son's school is not Israeli flags flying, but has the OG Union Jack from 1914 flying framed above the doorway. I like it. Bro, all the news in Australia called them violent. So much for independent thought. Yeah, well, that's why we're getting the lowdown.
In Sydney CBD, where around 6,000 people were protesting Israeli President Isaac Herzog's visit.
There we go. There's 6,000. Bit of a discrepancy, by an order of what? Potentially almost 10. Another magnitude of 10 on that one. All comments are turned off.
Officers used capsicum spray, punching and chasing demonstrators when the crowd wouldn't move on.
I believe the crowd
punching demonstrators because they wouldn't move on. Okay. Sounds like it was a very violent protest. These people wouldn't move, so we started spraying them and punching them. Their manufacturing consent so hard. They're going to need a cigarette afterwards. Oh, yeah. That was good. Yeah, we could do that a little bit better next time. Kind of like the March for Australia, etc. Violent, this, violent, that. The government really wants to make it a class war, don't they? Incited the crowd to march is and wild. Yeah, it's interesting. We'll get onto this. Have you heard this guy speak? Oh my God. We're going to get onto that.
And 10 officers sustained injuries. There was also a large gathering in Melbourne, protests in Brisbane, Cairns, Canberra and Perth. While protesters vented their anger at the Israeli government, Israeli President Isaac Herzog addressed crowds at the TikTok Entertainment Centre in a night of solidarity with the Jewish community. Mr Herzog visited the site of the Bondi terror attack that claimed 15 lives, laying a wreath in tribute to the victims. Security remains tight in Sydney.
Can't talk about the protest without adding this little bit of context. It's very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. So this was, again, about 5 in the morning, as it was, or 6 in the morning, early news reports that are coming in. And this is how they're painting it all. See what Channel 9 has to say.
We begin this morning with major unrest in Sydney. Violent clashes erupting between police.
Look at this guy. Look at this old dude here. I don't know what he did exactly.
This morning with major unrest in Sydney. Violent clashes erupting between police and pro-Palestinian demonstrators protesting against the arrival of Israeli President Isaac.
The TikTok Entertainment Centre, that's a thing now? Yeah, well, apparently. Over at the ICC. Kind of feels like Australians as a whole don't like foreign influence anymore, both left and right. Chairman Albo and Ho Chi Minh's strike again. Never felt more gaslit by our governments and cops. Like, they're usually pretty bad, but now it's become so American. Or Israeli. Pick your poison.
Isaac Herzog for his Australian state visit.
Officers deploying pepper spray to break up crowds in the city, while similar rallies also unfolded in Melbourne.
See, to break up crowds, not to like break up, I don't know, some type of civil unrest. They were lighting, they set the town hall on fire, and they were doing they were breaking, I don't know, they were destroying private property of the people that exist in the Sydney CBD, or they were violently attacking bystanders. It was just like, all right, it's time to. What is it? It's 8 o'clock. And that's pretty much how it went down. It's like, oh, the sun's gone down. It's time to break up the crowd. And so they started using the force that was necessary to do so, it would seem. Just because of a decision. Not because the protesters were violent. Or they weren't allowed to be there. It's still not illegal to gather. The right of assembly is a very strong liberal notion. It is like it's a civil liberty. That's why it's a liberal notion. It's a freedom. And so like people can hang out without the police coming out and telling them to move on because they just want to clear the area. Full kidney punches. They could have potentially done some internal organ damage, especially considering the gentleman's age. And like the youth in that copper as well. Like far out. Young buck is giving it to the old guy. Notice how they didn't show the full prayer video. They didn't show the police removing the people forcibly. Yeah, we'll get to that, right? The video of those cops running down the road was gross. Yeah, that's pretty crazy as well. Yeah, they just, like, someone's filming from up above and they're just chasing people, like, through the street. But, like, and then they stop at the cross streets and all that sort of stuff. APM hit and none of the cops wanted to work overtime, so they beat people. That justified. No, how about they didn't want to pay the cops overtime, so they got the orders to move the crowds along because they don't want to pay people past 10 o'clock. I also like how the police prioritized a group of men praying over a general crowd control. Would you deck a customer when your shift is over to go home and expect to come in the next day? Well, you're in the wrong line of work. Sometimes you get paid to deck people. And some people like it a little bit more than others, let's just say. I think there are 3 angles of that group of cops running, yeah.
In Brisbane and in Perth. We have team coverage for you this morning. Let's go first to Jack Hahn, who joins us live from Sydney.
All right, let's get the Ho Chi Minh's one. All right. Let's get the Ho Chi Minh's take on this. I'm pretty sure it was from Sunrise, right? That you saw before. Is it Sunrise? What's the Channel 9 news one? It's Sunrise, isn't it? Or Today. It's Today. That's right. So what's Sunrise then? Yeah, here we go.
Or on TV last night because
here we go. Here's our mate.
Possible situation.
More now on those Sydney protests.
So you reckon Carl Indoctrination stands up for, or gives Ho Chi Minh's a bit of flack for this? Not exactly stands up for people's right to protest, but he gives him a hard time. USA troops seize the tanker ship in the Indian Ocean, supposedly slipping through the Caribbean Sea. USA blockade because of Russian shadow fleet supplying Venezuela. USA troops seize another one. Oh my God! Who are the real pirates now? It's not the Somalians. Tell you that much for free. Yeah, this is the one. Okay.
The Israeli president's state visit to discuss New South Wales Premier Chris Minns joins me now live. Premier, good morning to you. Look, I think Aussies have had a gut full of this crap on our streets, of violence and disunity.
Have they?
Yeah, Carl, police were put in an impossible situation last night. It's worth remembering they did everything possible to avoid that confrontation, starting last week when they begged protest organisers to have it in Hyde Park where it was safe and a march could take place. I know that some of the scenes on television and on social media are short clips, but people have to understand the circumstances where protesters breached police lines and ran amok in Sydney would have been devastating. What we can say today that we couldn't say yesterday is that we had 7,000 Jewish mourners in the same city at the same time, and police had to keep those two groups apart.
Why couldn't you say that?
Your own
What's wrong with speaking about that? Eh? Why? Why can't you say that? Is that a secret? Is that a state secret? That we have people that are gathering to mourn? Is that a state secret now? What is going on here? Hey? Did anyone see the guy that threw a pipe bomb into the crowd? Did he receive any kidney punches? No, I think he was actually treated pretty well by the footage that we saw from that guy on Instagram. Do you remember? They just had him up against the wall in handcuffs, not like detained. They went on top of him and they were asking him questions. Very calm situation. Hey? Shh, can't talk about the juice.
Sarah Kane says police were totally over the top. How do you respond to that?
No, she's wrong. I'm not going to throw police under the bus this morning. This is a situation that's incredibly combustible, and the circumstances that weren't shown on the news this morning or on TV last night because they didn't happen is what would have happened if protesters breached police lines. I mean, at the end of the day, we had the president of Israel, 7,000 protesters, 7,000 mourners, all in the city at the same time. It would have been chaotic and potentially incredibly dangerous. As difficult as the scenes were to watch last night, it would have been infinitely worse if New South Wales police didn't do their job last night.
How are the injured officers?
And what was their job? Containing them? Or like agitating the crowd? and moving them along. It seemed like you were trying to separate two groups of people. Why did it have to get like that? Hey, if they didn't do their job last night, it would have been absolute chaos. Hey? Throw them under the bus and repeatedly drive forward and reverse until you run out of gas. So the police violence was justified because what if it happened? Yeah, what if what had happened? If what these two groups of people had come together, the people that were in the ICC, the convention center, like down, like it's a while away. There's a fair bit of separation here that we're talking about. Massive separation. Those can we acknowledge that this protest wasn't against an ethnic group? It was against government that's complacent with Gen O side.
Yeah, several of them are injured. I've spoken to the New South Wales Police Commissioner this morning. He's concerned about it. Police are not punching bags. Obviously,
police are injured. What, those guys that have got all their knuckles bruised from the amount of people they were punching yesterday? Or maybe the other police officers got sprayed in the face by their comrades, their colleagues, who are a bit trigger happy when it comes to the pepper spray. Like, which injuries are we talking about here? Oh man. And with that sentence, his premiership was over. Maybe not today, but then, because no one will believe him on anything else now, he's told them not to believe your lying eyes.
We're worried about their welfare. We ask them as a public, as a civic society, to go into difficult situations to keep the people of New South Wales safe. I understand that people are unhappy. Some people are unhappy about what happened last night, but the truth of the matter is, Carl, a lot of people left that area once directed by police. There was another group who were determined to have a conflict with New South Wales Police, and that's what happened in the end.
Okay, so some are accusing the police of being heavy-handed. Were any of those circumstances and any of those, the vision that people are seeing, you're right, that have been clipped up and used as weapons against the police, have any of those situations, have they overstretched their mark?
Well, look, obviously they'll be investigated, but I'm not prepared to say that. I mean, I think context is incredibly important. And all of the circumstances where police are effecting an arrest on a protester are after protesters attempted to breach police lines twice.
Okay. Look, it was
and I think that's important context in the circumstances.
Agree. You won't get any argument from me. Look, Grace Tame yelling out globalise the Intifada. When will that be an offence?
Yeah, we're looking at that.
So where's the... I'm not sure I'm understanding where maybe Carl comes in swinging soon, but so far Carl's just lifting the manufacturing consent line, now not of the New South Wales government and the rest of the Australian media, but it's now doing the Pax Judaica line here. And it's like, when are we going to ban people from saying things like etc., etc.? Like, when are we going to stop any rhetoric that might be hurled at criticism of the state of Israel? Like, why are people not allowed to say something like that? Does it hurt your feelings? Eh? Do you condone Hamas? Oh, that's so good. I didn't say that I didn't condone Hamas. I didn't say that. Do you condom Hamas? I like that. I've never heard that one before. I'm going to take that one from you, Ravy baby. That's great. That's a good one. I'm gonna steal that one. Oh man. Globalize the enchilada. I said enchilada. That's it. Arrest him. So good. Where did you get these from? Tell me you made them up, please. Oh man. Pauline would absolutely double down the policies curtailing of pro-Palestinian protests. I think that's a pretty fair call. Dilemmas, like, yes, she hasn't had the chance to be in the hot seat yet, so we never know what she's going to do. But like, you know, pretty pro-Israel, pretty anti-Palestinian protests, I'd say. This is the good testing ground for extending police powers and violence. Hobo Joe Min's just let down a huge part of his voters. I always vote Labor, but if I was back in New South Wales, I don't know if I could do it. Yeah, listening to this, hey, listening to the rhetoric. Oh my God. And even Carl, man, what's going on? I'm waiting. I have faith in you, Indoctrinate, that Carl's going to say something that resists what Minz is saying here, but I don't have a lot of hope here. Especially depressing since the Libs in New South Wales are in shambles. Yeah, who would have thought actually having a good opposition keeps the bastards honest? Have you noticed that a lot of the images that the news is showing up of people who look leftist, for instance? Yeah, a lot of scarves. Yeah, a lot of people wearing their keffiyehs, and a lot of like people that look like they're from, you know, some type of socialist organization, right? You got to say. Trash fires in the house. Government thugs being heavy-handed. No way. Love that. Carl is a piece of shit. Tell us how you really feel. Trash fire. The protesters were awesome. Any anti can go suck it. Fair enough. There it is. You can poke a little hole in the condom and just squirt the hummus on the enchilada. Think you and Ravy Baby should get together sometime, speak tactics. I'm very online, a lot of non-Western political communities. Okay, fair enough. That's a good point about Pauline. She often talks about freedom of speech, but she's never stood up for protesters, especially when those protesters disagree with her. So she hasn't tried to limit people's speech, even things she doesn't agree with. Oh wait, I just read that. People that look like mystery. Hey, yeah, I'll get my keffiyeh out and stand around in a Marxist t-shirt, hey, with a little bag on, hey, and like disheveled look. They'll be like, oh, it's obviously a socialist. Get him. Yes, she has dilemmas. She is open about opposing religious freedom. Only Ninja and Trasfy tuned in yesterday, but I was live from the protests here. Ah, not illegal still for now, but here were a few ex-Labor people speaking and marching. Interesting. Oh, nice. I'm going to try to go to the ones tomorrow when Herzog gets here. Interesting. Good luck. That's crazy. The VOD is up, by the way. Oh, great. Might have to check that out. This is all on Twitch, I'm assuming. My evidence is her not limiting speech, claiming she will. The burden of proof is on you when she tried to limit people's speech. Point out, Pauline, is the time type to do the crackdown on protests. All right, back to Minz. This is disappointing to say the least, but whatever. It is the manufacturing consent machine. Yeah, on my channel. Okay, hectic.
As a change to the law in New South Wales, my view is very strongly that we saw what globalised the Intifada looks like on the 14th of December in Bondi, and that is a violent uprising in Australia. And as a result, we had 15 dead.
Dude, there were 2 people. What are you talking about? Do they even listen to themselves when they speak? Like, honestly, do they think about what they're saying? Globalize the Intifada caused an uprising in Bondi, where 2 people were the uprising. That's some efficient uprising stuff, man. Very efficient. My God.
Jewish Australians who were killed because of their religion. Now, I mean, in the circumstances where you've had Australia's worst terrorism event in its entire history a matter of weeks ago, for someone to scream it on a microphone, you can just imagine what those families are going through this morning. I think we could disagree far better than having that kind of speech at public forums. I was hoping for some kind of calmness and responsibility. We're not going to have that, but we are going to have.
Look at this one. 4AS. Check the manufacturing consent on this one. Thousands protest Israel president visit underneath 10 officers injured during Sydney rally. Hey, why do you need to give us the count on how many officers have been injured? Again, I'd love to see the report on how many of those injuries are from friendly fire and people with bruised knuckles from beating up protesters. Mumbles in the house. Okay, if they were killed because of their religion, bring in a highly respected rabbi. They weren't Israelis, so an Israeli president is stupid as yes, we were speaking about this yesterday. It's true. Like, it is stupid. It doesn't make sense to bring in the president, even if he does think he speaks for the entire world Jewish population and he is their savior and protector. It doesn't make it true. Nice deflection again. It's really horrible, isn't it? It's just like, oh yeah, this statement. Basically what he's saying is like, this statement, globalize the Intifada, is the reason that Bondi happened. If no one was allowed to say those words, Bondi wouldn't have happened. It's like, I don't know, man. That's a little bit of a stretch, even for someone like me. Eh? But all Jews are part of Israel, well, apparently, according to Herzog.
And police have got to do their job.
So Muslims praying in the city as well, Premier, whether it was legitimate prayer or they were baiting police, who knows, but that will be weaponised against the force. You know that.
Look, I think, Carl, it's important to say that New South Wales police would never have deliberately provoked the Islamic community. There's a deep respect and a long-standing history of cooperation between New South Wales police and the Islamic leadership and the Arabic community in Sydney that stretches back a long way. But context is important. New South Wales police...
They do. Oh, wait, Ninja Nest, they cut it off. They don't show the full thing. We'll look at it later. We will look at it later. But like, they don't cut off. They don't show this whole scene. It gets pretty confrontational. That's for sure. And we have like, hey, police, armed guard protecting 7,000 people of a particular religion on one side of the city. Full service, entire service, like as much security detail as the taxpayer could provide. And on the other side, we've got the police be crushing religious activity, like literally crushing religious activity. Like, it doesn't look great, honestly. You can't, context is important, guys. Oh man, how can they even try to justify this one? And like, what's his name? Carl. I'm still waiting for Carl to say something in Dr. Nathan that looks like he gives a shit.
Were caught in a dynamic situation in the middle of a riot. Now, they don't want that kind of confrontation. Nobody does in this city. But I'm hopeful
in the middle of a riot,
discussions can take place between...
Sydney was on fire. They've brought down the town hall. They've tried to take over the government. They're trying to institute their own form of government at town hall. And we're going to send in the armed forces to take care of this situation. Now it's a riot. Oh my God.
The Islamic leadership in New South Wales Police today, but I just urge people, when you're looking at individual clips, understand the context. New South Wales Police tried everything possible to avoid a conflict last night, starting a week ago when they asked protest organisers to do it from Hyde Park, not the middle of Town Hall. And as I said earlier, what we can say today that we couldn't say yesterday for operational reasons is that we had 7,000 Jewish mourners in the same city at the same time. Those two groups could not cross. As damaging as the scenes were on television last night, that would have been far, far worse in Sydney.
Premier, you've got a lot on. The peace and unity that came out after Bondi seems to have eroded significantly. All the best in the coming days. Appreciate your time.
That was so soft. Is this the one in Dr. Nathan? Like, I'm sorry, I don't know if Carl gave it to him at all just then. Like, he even gave him the out for them, like what they did to the Muslim guys that were praying. He was just like, oh, you know, people are going to say this is really bad, Chris. What are you going to do about that, hey? Say the line, Chris. Context. Context. Man. Wow. If you want to understand the context, then show the full clip. Hey. Yeah, they're talking about clipping stuff, and the video that they show is a clip from a clip. I never said he gave it to him. I said he didn't seem convinced. Okay. I don't even know if he was feeding him, bro. He was fucking feeding him. Here you go, Mins. This one's for you, mate. Hey, say the C word. Say context again. Hey, say context. Image clipping, chimping. Oh, man. Imagine clip chimping. Carl only speak the truth after the Logies. I want to see him speak on, where did I get him? On ABC. Let's see if he changes his tune at all.
Did your restrictions on protest create a tinderbox in the CBD last night that led to the very ugly scenes we're now seeing this morning?
No, that's not the case. I mean, New South Wales Police and the government did everything possible to avoid those clashes and that conflict on Sydney streets last night, including for the last week saying to organisers, can you please have the protest in Hyde Park and march down College Street, which was abjectly refused by the protest organisers. Most people dispersed after the protest had finished, but a small number were intent on having a clash with New South Wales Police, and that's exactly what happened.
But when you realised that people were not going to follow that direction, was it the right move to have additional police, to have barricades? Should that march just have been allowed to proceed? We didn't see these other scenes like this play out in other cities, for example.
Well, look, think about the question that you're asking. Should, once police realised that the protesters were going to ignore the New South Wales Supreme Court, a police direction and the government's legislation, they should have let them march? I mean, the answer to that is no. I mean, what we can reveal today that we couldn't talk about yesterday is that...
Why? Why couldn't you speak about this yesterday? Can somebody tell me why the general public is not allowed to know that another section of the public is going to be hanging out at the convention centre? Why is this so secretive? Hello? Everybody knew the protest was happening. There's going to be thousands of people there. Everyone knows when there's a football match on and there's going to be thousands of people there. Everybody knows when there's, like, I don't know, carols by candlelight in the Domain or something. They know there's going to be thousands of people around. Why is this so secretive? I couldn't reveal this yesterday, but the reason why we couldn't let any of this happen is because there was going to be other people in the city. Would you believe it? In the central business district, there was going to be people, other people. Could you imagine the chaos if people were around other people? The police did everything that they could, and I can't stand these questions anymore. It's outrageous. Why are they protecting this like it's sacred information? I still don't understand this at all. Maybe what? Because Herzog was there and they don't want to let everyone know what Herzog is doing because we're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars on extremely high security detail for this guy. Is that why? What is happening here, man? Because the other section would freak out and make a big deal about it with their enormous megaphone. Eh? You don't mean a literal megaphone either, do you? You mean the levers of power that they control. Could be because they did say it and some form of an attack happened. They could get blamed for causing it. Hey? Just like the attack that happened on all of the violent protesters. Eh? They're getting dog punched, rabbit punched in the kidneys, getting done like that. The attack. That's why. Protecting people. I'm telling you, the double standards, this is the stuff that destroys society. This is the stuff that undermines a liberal society and a democratic society. When people feel like certain others are well protected on top of the general population. It doesn't bode well, this stuff, mate. I know what you're trying to justify here, but you're so much for social cohesion. You are tearing New South Wales to pieces.
We had 7,000 Jewish mourners in the same city at the same time, at the same location just about, that New South Wales police had to keep separate from the protesters. And what you didn't see on the clips yesterday evening and this morning, because it didn't happen, is that if those police lines were breached by the protesters, as difficult as those scenes are to watch this morning, it would have been far, far worse. New South Wales Police, the government's got a responsibility to keep the public safe. The circumstances were a tinderbox, but it has to be understood that everyone did, well, New South Wales Police and the government did what they could to avoid a confrontation that was rejected by the protest organisers.
Have you reviewed some of the vision being shared online, including that of a man who appears to have his hands up while he's being punched by at least one officer? Have you seen that vision?
Look, I've seen some of the vision, including that vision, and I think it's important people don't judge the full context of that interaction by that short clip. All of this will be investigated. The Assistant Commissioner, Peter McKenna, has said that very clearly. But New South Wales Police were charged multiple times.
And he's not a young bloke too, either. Like that young Bucky's over here, though, Captain Police Officer, hey, with his dirty mo.
Interaction by that.
He does. I didn't realise. Old mate, he does actually have his hands up. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Just come back from work, bro. I want to cross the street. Oh, man. We'll then release the clips, then, Chris. Then release the files. So good.
Short clip. All of this will be investigated. The Assistant Commissioner, Peter...
Oh, yeah. Remember to like the stream, party people. Oh, yeah. That's right. If you're watching this on YouTube, make sure you hit the like button. If you're watching this on YouTube as well, hit subscribe if you're new here. And for you Twitch people, if you haven't already, make sure you follow. Hey, do it. Do it. Especially hit the like button or I'll break your legs. If you are also interested in joining us on Discord, here's the link to our Discord community. This is where we drop propaganda and we drop videos like this that the mainstream media might not show you or clip themselves.
McKenna has said that very clearly. But New South Wales Police were charged multiple times by a group of protesters. They held...
I don't know, man. Do these people really look like they're charging police lines? Like everyone in the 21st century, it looks like everyone's got their fucking phones out. They're just like, oh shit, something's happening. Let me get my phone out. Like, that's all that matters.
Held the line because they had to hold the line. It was important that it was important that Sydney streets were not over.
Is the age verification going to impact our Discord? I don't know. I guess it matters if like everybody actually verifies. Maybe what's going to happen is like content will come up blurred to you if you don't age verify yourself. I'm assuming. Yeah, I don't know how it works with existing communities, right? Or existing channels. It's a fair question.
Overwhelmed.
Oh, wait, you've actually been writing stuff over here, Trasfire. See, that's why I hate the rightoid. You have to provide all this evidence with logic and reason and critical thinking, but if you ask for the same, or just ask them to be critical about the crap on their feeds, they won't do the same. It's so annoying.
By protesters, and we couldn't have a choose-your-own-adventure situation where protesters and mourners clashed on Sydney streets. That would have been terrible for our state, even worse than the sines that we saw yesterday evening.
There's another video.
Why would they clash? Why would mourners, people that are rocking up because they paid for an expensive ticket at the convention center, which was not a sold-out event, apparently. They paid for an expensive ticket. They're all middle-aged and very aging members of the Jewish community or people that are associated or affiliated with them or standing in solidarity. Why the fuck would they want to clash with protesters? And why would all these people demonstrating be out for some type of blood? Or like, what is this? A pogrom or something like that? What do they think they're out there to attack members of the Australian or the Sydney Jewish community for mourning? Like, well, where is this coming from? They were illegal protesters because they weren't allowed to be in this part of the city and congregating. And the violence, it would appear, that was being experienced yesterday evening was fully ignited by not only police presence, but by police force. And so there's no real evidence to suggest that these people were going to try and make their way over to the convention center to attack mourners. Where is that narrative coming from? That these people were actually congregating in the city because they wanted to try and get over to the convention center. And if you have a look at like a map of Sydney, like there's a good, like depending on how fast you're walking, but there's a decent 10 to 15 minute walk from where town hall is to the convention center. You can't just get there in seconds. It wasn't like if the police didn't hold the line kind of thing, this crowd would have crashed the convention center and it would have been a bloodbath. Like, where did that story come from? It's fucking crazy. It's absolutely crazy that he's spinning that narrative that these protesters were out to get the mourners. That's what he's saying. There were 7,000. We couldn't release this information yesterday. There were 7,000 people that were mourning in another part of the city, and actually because we never released that information, no one actually knew about it. But let me tell you this, these protesters gathered yesterday, even though they didn't know this information because no one would tell them this, they were actually trying to get to the mourners, and it would have been a bloodbath. Thank God for the police. Thank God for the police being there. Pauline in the corner cheering for the cops. Get him, Ho Chi Minhs. Yeah, why would the mourners clash? What the fuck? Yeah, where is this story coming from? It's coming from the American push of any form of protest is violent and to be stamped out. Yeah, it's a very Americana style take on this. Like, I'm telling you, the Europeans, I wish we had more of a European system on this one. They do not do this when it comes to protests. It's just a part of life for them. It's politics. Hold on a second. Did they have a welcome to country at the TikTok Entertainment Center? I hope they did. I know, we'll have to watch the footage of that one.
Of police appearing to pull back a group of men, Muslim worshippers who are on the ground. Was that appropriate?
Context.
Look, I mean, I think it's important to say that New South Wales Police would never have intended to cause offence to people who were praying yesterday evening or exercising their religion. I mean, they've got decades worth of cooperative relationships with the Islamic and the Arabic community.
I mean, that clearly does some harm.
Yeah, what?
Let me finish.
But Bridget, I think it's important that context is shown here and people understand that it was a riotous situation. New South Wales Police is...
He said context. Oh my God. Iran recently imprisoned a Nobel Peace Prize winner for 6 years and to receive whiplashes. It's brutal. I don't think people who have protested before actually know how it's done and what it's about. I think more general education about right to protest, anyone's left or right, should be out there, yes. Muslim worshippers. LOL. Yeah, I know, right? Say the line. Herzog is not welcome on this country. Indigenous activists and elders yesterday. There you go.
Lines have been repeatedly charged. They've given a lawful direction to the community to disperse. It had been largely ignored. Now, we don't want those scenes. It's the last thing we want and the last thing we need in Sydney. But New South Wales Police were in an incredibly difficult situation. Look, I hope we can bind up the wounds there. I'm not suggesting it's a perfect situation, but I also think New South Wales Police and the government...
Hey, they're showing the footage on the ABC. I wonder why Carl wasn't showing that before. Hey, Ninja Nurse. Hey, well.
We're faced with a dynamic situation where people were attempting to breach police lines. And I think given the fact that we had a visiting head of state, 7,000 mourners, 5,000 protesters, it was a combustible situation that needed to be...
This is what happens when other groups get too close. The brainwashing is so thick that it needs an icebreaker to get through. To them, this is life and death, despite the fact that they will back the killers. So who knows how they will react. What's this? Let's have a look-sees. Was this Times of India? There were no people dead. Jewish student breaks down after witnessing pro-Palestinian rally.
Allowed! They want our people dead! They want us killed! And so part of it. How is it allowed? How are you allowing this? Why aren't you putting us down? They want us dead! Please end it, please!
They want us dead. There you go. It's an interesting take, this one. It looks like the protesters are right there. The bloodlust. Is the bloodlust so thick in the air? She looks pretty safe right now. Like, they're literally right there.
This isn't about what happens in the weekend. Why can't they just go up there?
Allowed! They want our people dead! They want us...
And baby wants me dead. So, yeah, fair enough. Don't worry, she sheds a tear for you too, Ravy baby. I'm sure. So, like, this is what Minz is worried about. These people are going to be coming out mourning, upset, and they're going to be clashing with protesters. I don't know, man. I'm not buying it, Minz.
contained.
You know better than anyone, this is a time of intense community anguish. I think most Australians can understand that. But given that, was this the right time or the right call to have the Israeli president visit Australia?
Look, Bridget, we can't forget that it wasn't years ago, it wasn't a decade ago, literally a month and a half ago, Australia had its worst terrorism event. 15 Jews were mowed down because of their religion. And at the
Yeah,
end
I
of
know,
the day,
right? They would have said me standing awkwardly waving a little Palestinian flag was like they're right there. I thought like she was in another segregated part of the community and there was some violent kind of protest on campus somewhere. They're burning down half of the campus. No, they're standing right there and they're talking through a megaphone. She's like, but they want to stand. God, you see, they try to kill me. Oh man, we need the left and the right to unite like some sort of mighty morphing Power Rangers. Apes together, strong. Apes together, strong. Mr. Reed, this is supposedly the woke ABC. It is the woke ABC. Hey, this is the best we got. Hey, they're interviewing Ho Chi Minh, hey, the socialist dictator from North Vietnam. Hey, it's woke as fuck. Can you get an update on what's happening in Gaza today then? This happened months ago, but how many dead today? Yeah, well, like the death toll since the ceasefire is up in the thousands now. So much for a ceasefire.
the community, most of the community, I think, felt that if we can ease their suffering a little bit by showing some solidarity with their community, it's worth doing. Of course it would be worth doing. Now, look, we're not going to have a ubiquitous view from a city as big as Sydney with millions of people having different and diverse views. But what I'm hoping is that we can have calm and responsibility, and when there is disagreements, we don't do it with clashes and with violence. New South Wales Police offered a perfectly reasonable, proportional alternative for a march at Hyde Park down College Street. It was rejected by the protest organisers. Most people dispersed at the end of the protest, but a small number were intent on having a clash with police, and that's exactly what happened.
Have you got people within your own party?
That is absolutely bullshit, because that footage that we saw with that guy, the old guy with his hands up, that the protest was still going. They were standing on the other side of George Street at that point. That was while the rally was still going. There were still people around at that point. It's not dark yet. It wasn't until later in the evening that they started really, clearing people out, let's say. Sneaky Ho Chi Minh's, the Vietnamese New South Wales Premier strikes again. Yeah, he's the head of the party, bro. Yeah, that old cease and we fire. And trash fire. People asking for peaceful protesters are a problem when they know full well the government, police, anti-protesters are antagonistic to protesters, which means any defending oneself against opposition attacking them becomes a he said, she said on who started it, and then the condemnation of protesting from the left. It all comes in. Yeah. Known tactic to wait until it's dark. Breaking news, Cuba fuel supply is crippling shortages. Yeah, Cuba's going down, man. We've heard it from Fox Business. I don't listen to this guy anymore. He's not being fair, let's say, at all. Not being fair at all. Let's have a look at some of this stuff. Sorry, not fair. He's not being good faith about it. He's just like, people will clip this and say whatever they want. And it's just like, you're clipping shit. Or the media is clipping stuff, not showing it in context. Yeah, he does have his hands up. I didn't realize that. I just saw them grabbing him and beating the crap out of him. He actually does have his hands up. I wonder what old mate was doing there anyway. Look at him, hands up. It's not a UFC fight, bro. Calm down. He's probably got broken ribs, though. That's the cop. Yeah, look at this guy. You dirt. Look at his mo too. Hey, yeah, that's the guy. That's the copper. Hey, remember that face, ladies and gentlemen? There he is. There he is. Everyone's rocking a dirty mo these days as well. Look at him. Did you see him check his badge number just then? And he's like, oh shit. Can they see me? Look at this is the footage we were talking about before. Them chasing people through the streets. What the fuck? Yeah, mate on the bike got pushed by the tall guy in long hair. Then the cop grabbed tall guy and shirt dude, and in the scuffle by accident. Okay, I'm not just saying hypothetically. If we really that if they really wanted to affect the event of the ICC, I would have just held the protest in the cross city tunnel. Yeah, there's no better way to be a nuisance than to stop people get where they were going. Yeah, especially that crowd as well. Crossing the city. Yes, very interesting. Yeah, no, I saw a bike pole. Oh, you were there, were you? Or you saw it? Like, you mean you saw it, yeah. Bike pole ran in with his bike to grab this dude from the crowd. Fucking fell over, dragging him with him. The dude didn't want to fall. And then the police bash him. Not like in person. The clip, yeah, okay. Save a horse, ride a mo. A tiny mustache makes you think. Yes, it was a little bit... Yeah. A little bit HH, that's for sure. I don't know, I haven't seen this type of stuff. They're practicing for something, that's for sure.
Alight for Hyde Park. Change for trains, including Airport Line and Metro services from Gadigal Station.
We need you to disperse and go home. Tiny Mo, probably on Grindr. You can't help yourself. So good. I'm gonna go lurky work to do. Fair enough. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoy the lurk. I will call upon you if needed. Waiting for the cops to tilt their arms to 45-degree angle and start goose stepping. Yeah, it's after they do their little running exercises. Dem protest, grinder my gears, hey? Some of those that work forces, yes. So they're saying they burn crosses and grow mustaches.
Back. Thank you.
Well. Let's see what else I can get from the mainstream media. I've got a couple of things that I found on TikTok as well. Waiting for the cavalry charge. Yeah, that's coming. That was what's coming next. DRM news. Does anyone know where DRM comes from? They seem to just conglomerate news from the internet and just regurgitate it. Welcome to DRM News, your go-to source for breaking news and expert analysis in global affairs, sports, AI, financial markets. We operate independently without influence from corporations, advertisers, and government. We cover stories that matter. Really interesting. Is it just Sydney or other cities as well? There were other cities. They did it in like the major cities in Australia, and some smaller cities as well. But like, I think from what I understand, the Sydney was the only one that got to this point where it was violent, because the other protests were in places where, like in a free society, protests are perfectly normal and legal. Whether you like them or not, that's another question, but like they were legal. And so the other protests were organized and they did their thing. Now, in this case, they were trying to just stop anything from happening in Sydney because Herzog was there. And it would seem that they purposely manufactured this situation because they knew that a large amount of mourners were going to be in another part of the city. So they deliberately denied people's civil liberties, extended police powers so they could move people along arbitrarily. So they could have decided at any point, I'm assuming, that they wanted to get rid of people. And so they did so. And so they started to crack down on protesters. So this is why it happened in Sydney. Very peaceful everywhere else. And when I say peaceful, I do mean like it would seem that the police didn't decide to use force against people anywhere else I can see. They decided to just let them do their thing, which is exist in the public realm. All other protests were peaceful. He plans on visiting Canberra and Melbourne and leaving Thursday. I wonder what it's going to be like in Melbourne then, hey? There was always that one cop on the side just chilling and having lunch. Yeah. Canberra tomorrow. I'll likely be at the Melbourne one if my physical ability allows me, lol. Good luck.
Come on, man.
Here, buddy. You catch your breath. Let me put my knee on this guy who doesn't seem to be struggling at all. I got you, brother. Hey, what happened? Did you get hit by some pepper spray from one of your friends? Oh, man. I was hoping to see at least a sign that says, "Goys are us." She went up. Hey, Mr. Senior Constable over here. Don't fucking touch me, bro. Hey, look at this one. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. Parliament House. It's on. Hey, what is Herzog doing at Parliament House at 11 o'clock tomorrow? Anyone? Telling Australians that they haven't done enough again to stop anti-Semitism, coming over here to berate our elected officials and tell them that they're insufficient. Thursday, 12th, 3 p.m. Southern Cross in Melbourne. Wow, there it is. Yeah, introducing new policy for his proxy state. Yeah, he's coming over to tell us that he's disappointed that this has been allowed to happen on Australian soil thanks to anti-Semitism, because we've allowed people to protest and be pro-Palestine. That's right. He's going to be introducing new policy, like we haven't had enough policy coming out already, protecting the interests of the state of Israel. Why are they pulling him across the barrier? They were just telling him to let go of the barrier, and he was just like, no. And so they kept saying, let go, and he kept on pulling on the barrier. So they were like, fuck it. And they just tried to drag him across it. And then she stepped in, and then she went after senior constable over here.
Out of the public square. Please disperse.
They're saying, let us march. So this is what the media were talking about at one point. I think last night when it first came out. It's funny how like sometimes the most objective media, before they've formulated what their story is or their manufacturing consent lines, they're like the most objective media comes out like just as something is breaking. And so last night they were saying the reason that stuff started getting pushy shovey is because the protesters started saying things like, let us march, let us do the march, please, let us do the walk, we don't want to stay contained and trapped in this area, can you let us march? Senior constable, hey, I see what you did there. And then like things started to get a bit rowdy, because like people wanted to move. And obviously, because we all know now, because Chris Minns was so hush about it, the reason they didn't want anyone to walk, and especially they didn't want to go, so basically where they're standing, if you go to it's kind of the right of screen, you can start walking down and making your way towards, and it's still a long way, but you make your way towards the International Convention Centre, which is where the mourners were gathering with Herzog. So I'm assuming they didn't want them to move in that direction, like I said, to the right of the screen there at all. And so then things started getting ugly because these people wanted to walk. Hey, who would have thought? People rallying, wanting to march. I want to see out all of the independents who stand up to make a stand against the Israeli president. All of those senators making points, burkas and not my king statements. Is another example where an elected official, in your duty to speak, the voice of the people. That's an interesting point, actually. Like the no kings ones, especially, right? If you care about that stuff, you should care about this guy coming along. Protect senior constable. Bro, this is getting scary. I remember when ADF generals are considering military conscriptions for future wars. Hey. Very interesting. Hey? Interesting. Please disperse. Disperse. Who's this guy? I've seen him in random footage as well. Like this guy coming in here. Like you get all these young upstarts, students, and members of the Islamic community. And then you have like a dude in red tie and business attire. Please, just back away. Who's this guy? I was just coming back from work and I thought I would just kind of diffuse the situation. So it was a secret event? I don't know. As if the protesters did know that there was people attending at the event. I know, that's what Chris Minns was implying before. Ho Chi Minh was basically saying, hey, it was a secret event. I can tell you now there was 7,000 people rocking up for an event on the other side of the city. And what we needed to do was make sure these protesters didn't go over and clash with them. Well, they didn't fucking know they were there because it was hush-hush. So your whole cover story for why the police needed to be, basically his whole justification for why the police needed to use force is complete nonsense. It just doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't actually have any value. It would have been better just to say we just wanted to clear the area. It was 8 o'clock and we just needed to clear the streets. For everyone's safety, we just needed to clear the streets. Just say that. At least you know what's going on. These Charlie Kirk clones are getting out of hand. LOL. Yeah, what's going on, man? LOL, independence standing against Israel. Don't make me laugh. Let's go back to the Carl video and watch Allegra spend a slob the Zio boot a couple of times. My God. For an expected crowd of 7,000 people, are you telling me that there is no venue in Bondi that could have accommodated this? They could have just done the vigil on the beach, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, move back. Please move back. Please move back. Please move back. This area has been closed. Move back.
The secret event with 7K people paying tickets for. Really good secret you got there. Hilarious.
It's 160 decibels. It's permanently open in your phone, so we don't want to be
Look who it is. Eh? Obviously they weren't allowing her to sleep on the floor. She's getting picked up in that drag now.
What the fuck is that for? Get back. Get back. Get back. It's okay, I'll go.
There it is. Bro, I'm just a young wee lad, 21, and this is the future of my generation. I'm sorry. All I can say is I'm sorry. This is what it looks like. I have a secret for me and my 7,000 best friends. All under the protectorate of one state. I wonder where Big Josh is this morning. Who's Big Josh? Let me know. I would like to know more. Have these guys got comments? Oh yeah, they do. Thank you, Prime Minister Albanese. We'll remember this when the next election comes around. Most news channels have been told to turn off comments. We are being silenced. Yeah. Vote One Nation to sort this. What are they gonna do? I can't believe this is going on in our once peaceful Sydney. Don't these idiots got anything better to do? These are the idiots that we elected to govern / control us. Stop the money flow. Decent, hardworking Australians are fed up. Yeah. Listen to those wailing lefty scum, from the Murray Riviera. Nothing but grubs who insist on causing havoc. Fucking eradicate every last one of them. Police doing a tough job. Well done. Police? Maybe just police. Funny, a bunch of occupiers of another country are demonstrating against a country that wants to keep occupiers out. If people despise you that much, I would never turn up to begin with. God bless all brave and free Australians. The woman gets pushed back, and then she decides to come at police. Sorry, people have to learn that this isn't a wise idea. Yes, it's the Renee Good defense. She got up and decided to move at the police officer. So really, she should have been shot multiple times in the head. It's the Renee Good defense. I think that this is positive about the next generation. It demonstrates that they are not scared to collaborate and speak out against injustice. Someone might say unionize. Hey, was he not the? Oh, you mean Josh Lees? Oh yeah, Josh Lees. Oh God, I should have known who you were talking about. Yes, yeah. Where's Big Josh? I wonder what he'd have to say about that, because like the other defense that the cops are using, or Chris Minns is using, is that like the protests had finished, and so that this was cleanup crew and all the arrests happened. I wonder if they had officially been like, the protest is over. And it's funny because if it's not an official protest, how would you know if it has a start or an end time? Because it was illegal anyway. So the police or Ho Chi Minh's making a statement that it's finished is erroneous, because it's not an official event. It's just a gathering, and people can disperse at their leisure if they're just assembling in a public place. What protest is over if the protest itself was illegal? So many holes in the manufacturing consent line from the state on this one. Not exactly from the media, but from the state on this one. There's a lot of discussion at the moment about how One Nation is using bots on internet forums. Just putting that out there. Oh my God. Dilemmas. You got some fucking questions. You got some answers. No, we have some questions for you, my friend. Tell me you're not a bot, bro. We've known each other for so long now. And this whole time you've been a bot. Just pushing your One Nation agenda. The ICE agent had the right to protect himself, just like his favorite state. I'm absolutely terrified about the conscription and being sent off to fight in some BS war against the Chinese by Trump's USA. Don't worry, just do the whole Trump thing. Trump, multiple times, I'm pretty sure, dodged the draft. So you just got to be like from a really rich and powerful family. And like you'd be able to get away with it. If not, I don't know, chop one of your legs off or something. You'll just do the Trump move. People have protested for days, weeks, months in the past. A few hours is nothing for a protest. Yes. Correction, Iran, not China. Yeah, you will be first sent off to the Iran meat grinder. China's wars will be somewhere. Direct war with China won't happen exactly. It'll be periphery stuff. Yes, Trump had bone spurs. Okay, of course. I literally say I'm a bot in comment sections, then tell people to relax. You get the next election. Nothing to worry about. The support isn't real at all. Oh man, I'm confused. Are you a bot or not, Dilemmas? Please. I'm having a fucking crisis over here. I thought you were real, man. Am I real? Oh my God, what's happening? Is anything real? Let's have a look at this one. Is this just more mainstream media? Oh, this guy. This is the dude. Listen to our fucking friend, the police commissioner, talking about this. Look at The Guardian. Even The Guardian can't get on without doing some fucking sensationalism. After chaotic and brutal scenes at a Sydney rally opposing Israeli President Herzog, Assistant Police Commissioner Peter McKenna accused the speakers at the rally of inciting the crowd to march. Oh, not every comment supporting One Nation is a bot. Some people are actually that stupid, believe it or not. Savage. What a stab. Or Cuba war? Nah, the Americans have got this. Delta Force will do that. Don't worry. Sorry. Unless you want to join Delta Force. Have we passed the uncanny valley? Bot, not, or thou, dot, you must choose. This simulation is out of control. Turn it off, please. I've had enough. I'm not a bot. Just a low IQ lefty. LOL. Dilemmas distorting the woke army. Not this sentiment. Melted thumb of a man. Sentient melted thumb of a man. Let's hear what he has to say. Actually, no, before we get to the police, assistant police commissioner, I want to look at some more footage first. This was the situation with the what was it? Islamic worshippers. What did they say before? Integer to describe these guys. All right, let's have a look at this.
Guys, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
They're praying. They're praying. It's funny that the audio is doctored. Do you remember when we were watching these clips through the mainstream media? The audio, you could hear background noise, but you couldn't hear the people being like, they're praying. They're fucking praying. People are falling for Pauline like they did Donald twice. Dilemma's US secretly Peter Credlin, my favorite trans news reporter. Like, obviously, this is a form of protest. Like, what they're doing is a form of protest, okay? Like, the police are there, and so they're deliberately making themselves stationary in order to resist any form of use of force by the state, moving people along. And so they do this as a form of protest. There's nothing wrong with that, though. But like, what the question you have to ask yourself is whether this is a commensurate use of force for the situation at hand. This guy's kneeling down.
Guys, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Look at this guy. Boom. Bang. That guy gets pumped. This guy gets pumped as well. Boom. Another businessman in the city. What's with all these hero business people from the city yesterday? The guy with the red tie before. The old bloke who had his hands up and got fucking punched in the ribs multiple times. What's happening, man? Seriously. Not surprised that big business and tech collaborate to manufacture consent through all forms of media. There's so many pro-Pauline pages. I'm having a field day insulting them all. Dilemmas complete to continue chatting. It's the robot test. This is the one, right? That you saw? Full video here, 2 minutes of it off Reddit. Okay. This is the full one. Reddit. Oh my God. We're going to Reddit, ladies and gentlemen. Strap yourselves in.
Guys, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
You tell me, you can tell the porkers were gearing up for this all day. 100%, bro. 100%. Like, you can see, did you remember that guy was beating that old dude in the ribs? Like, he was just looking for someone to punch. He was definitely on it. And he was so thirsty for it, man. Boom. Again, just G'ing up for it, eh?
Oh my God! What are you doing?
See, like, this is the stuff that Mins... Remember the Mins defense on all of this? Mins was just like, oh, they're just going to clip stuff that makes the police look bad. Well, I don't know if you can clip this and not make it look bad. Like, honestly. Like, this is as peaceful as you get. Like, people on their knees praying. Like, you know, whether you are religious or not. I don't know how you can get more peaceful than that. You can go to 4chan or Kiwi Farms instead if you like. LOL joking. Man. So did the main guy stand up? Is that what just happened? No, he's still there. Now he stands up. There you go. Then asked to move on.
Listen to him. Listen to him.
So it's pretty much they needed to clear the area. I don't know how else you can really frame this. Like I'm trying hard to look at how this could possibly be seen as anything else, but they just, at a certain time of the evening, like I said, sun goes down. They don't want to pay the cops overtime and have them standing around monitoring the crowd for the rest of the evening. They're like, 8 o'clock hit, let's go. Let's get these people out of here and use whatever force necessary. You've got special police powers, so fucking use it. And there's, as has already been stated in the chat, there was probably a few people that were all day warming up for this one, you know, doing their exercises in the mirror, shadow boxing. When I find someone, I'm just going to crack them a few times, maybe break a few ribs. Remember that guy that was on the floor? He was already detained, completely under control. I don't think he was struggling. Correct me if I'm wrong. The guy was on the floor, hands behind the back. They were handcuffing him. And there was the one cop that's just like, bang, working one kidney on the left-hand side. And then just started going after the other kidney on the right-hand side. I don't know how Ho Chi Minh thinks that you can clip that and it would be out of context. There was no reason for that guy to be punching that dude on the floor face down in the kidneys multiple times while he was completely detained. And he wasn't even squirming or resisting. I just want to say, guy holding that umbrella, bad idea. I know he's just has an umbrella, but from the pig's eyes view, that's a weapon. Yeah. Yep. I think the American ICE defense for that type of stuff is if you have a weapon, you then get classified as a domestic terrorist, and then you can do whatever you want with them. Okay? That's how you justify it. As someone with terrible kidneys, that pain is fucked. Yeah. Punching with the boys, eh? They got Mubbles. They've got IDF training guides blasting in their AirPods. That's the fucking... Alright, this was a training exercise. That's why Herzog is here. He's dispersing information, IDF training information, to the Australian armed forces, including law enforcement. And this was a training exercise. That's why Herzog is here. He's like, I will be the reason to bring people out. And then you can send the coppers in with their IDF training guides. And they can practice their tactics. That's so good, man. You should watch that Brendan Dr. Phil joins ICE video. Fucking hilarious. I don't know. Are you on... You're on Discord? Wait, Discord's over there. You're on Discord. Can you share us a link? Show us a link. Live streaming directly to BB. Oh man. Shame on you.
Fuck New South Wales police forever!
KK's here. Why do all cops in Australia look like they're ready to join the NSN? So many Thomas Sewell looking mofos. I know. Hey, all the guys with the mows. I know it's like a big thing and it's coming back. Mows and mullets. Everybody's somehow nostalgic for the 90s. But like, no, not the 90s even. Like earlier than that. But like, yeah, a lot of mows going around. Eh? I don't know if it's a compensation thing or it just like makes you feel good. Brandon Rogers, Dr. Phil joins ICE. All right, what's this? Let's have a look. Are we having a palate cleanser here? We get away from all this nonsense. God, it's funny already. Look at his face.
You can't expect to keep this country clean by simply being TV's most qualified therapist.
I'm gay.
No, you are a terrorist, and I will kill you. That is why I have joined the ICE people and have been vigorously trained to be a federal hero.
You're hired. I don't got a ton of time with these guys. So if there's one thing they could leave with is the idea...
Patriot trailer. Oh my god. What's his name? Eagle D Soft? I don't know how to pronounce that. Oh my god.
Everything's a gun. You see someone holding a cell phone. It's in the hand. That's a handgun.
He's holding a gun!
Pepper spray, gun. Hairspray, gun.
Drop that gun!
You see two protesters holding hands. They're both guns for the other person.
Two guns!
And if there's three protesters and they're both holding hands, just the center person is the gun.
Nice try!
I know that's a little confusing.
Of course, out on the field, it's much more dangerous. Are you Mexican? Yeah. Show me your papers, alien!
I just woke up from surgery!
Resistant!
Oh my god. Eagle Dick Soft. Come a cheese wing. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Stop interfering! And now technology is so advanced. I've even been using AI to help me solve shit. All right, talk to me. What am I snipping here?
I see what you got there. That's definitely a bomb. I'd say cut the green wire. Wow, that worked.
Why don't you show
Wow,
me your
that
papers? Here's all the papers you need to see. All right, you just lost baby privileges. No, my baby. You get out of that car or this kid's getting displaced to somewhere he can concentrate. Concentrate on this, you hack. All right, then this thing's getting vaccinated, darling. You motherfucker! Pick you a number, sweetheart.
This one.
Damn it, I figured. Is this person illegal?
Wow, amazing observation. There isn't a way to tell simply by looking at them. However, if you're looking for a good old-fashioned racial profiling, I'd say yes. They definitely look illegal.
Yes. All right, you're going to Browntown, Pedro. Dr. Phil Life.
Oh my god. Fucking hell. Dr. Phil, the true American patriot. Do you remember how people were refusing to get their temperatures taken because their contact list, the thermometer, resembled being shot in the head? I remember. I still have the trauma.
Matters.
You hired me to clean your gutters last year. There it is. You felt human empathy. That's a no-no in this job.
How did someone's piss get in my pants? You know what I'm gonna miss most? When you folks are gone to them chimichangas.
I'm Cuban.
Yeah, and I'm a doctor. I wish there was a country we could send transies back to. I don't know why people think I hate immigrants. I love immigrants when they're on their land or under mine. Where are your papers? If I didn't like immigrants, could I do this? I was born here.
I have shot a lot of trees that look like Mexicans.
If I didn't love immigrants, how can I do this? How am I doing that? How's this possible? I love immigrants. I love them so much.
I wanna spend some time with you.
You think I would have done this?
I wish you never did this. You don't even look at me anymore.
I only look at things that are legal.
I like you better when you were straight.
Well, I don't mean to brag, but Phil was always a
We need more rich people's voices in politics. I hope a lot of these illegals get to meet them before they, head back to a country not of their own origin.
Oh my god. Fuck. Thank you for sharing. I couldn't take that first part. That was so good. That tattooed immigrant kind of hot. Hey, you can hide at my place. We want that Mexican in our lives. There it is. No worries, I'm still dead the second time. Look, I rock a mo, but those are Thomas Sowell mo's. Yeah. It's like they style it. Yeah, look, I feel ya. It's definitely got that Thomas vibe to it, doesn't it? Definitely. Did they just say Dr. Phil on Grindr? Calm down. Calm down, bro. Oh my god. All right, let's get, I think I had one other one. Oh, this one. Yeah, this dude is interesting. Let's have a look at this guy. I found him on TikTok as well. Let's have a look-see.
I've just got home after being arrested at the Herzog rally at Sydney Town Hall.
So quiet.
They said that it was for assault police, but then they released me without charge because, of course, I didn't do that. In fact, I was filming up until the very moment that I was tackled and arrested. And I'll show it to you now. You tell me who you think was the aggressor.
Always stay forward! Fuck away from me! Hey, touch me! Let's go!
Hear the line? They push people. And like, this is what I've been hearing from people that are talking about like their presence there. They're being pushed by the cops, and the cops are like, "That's it. He's coming right for us." It's the South Park defense. He's coming right for us. And so like they're pushing people and they're being like, "Don't touch me, bro." And then they're using that as a reason to arrest persons. It's a very interesting tactic, but like I guess not surprising.
I'm walking away from him. Come on!
Keep moving. You're just here to protest. Keep moving. The George Street is closed. Keep moving. Stop touching me. Keep moving. Stop touching me. Hey, get off me. You got to move.
Hey, look, there's your Thomas Sowell mustache right there, bro. Look at that. You've got senior constable there taking care of business, and fuckface takes matters into his own hands. I've got this. I've got this covered. Don't worry.
Keep moving. Stop touching me. Keep moving. Stop touching me.
Move.
Hey, get off me.
You got to move.
Get off me.
Move.
Get off me.
Move that way. Move now.
Get off me.
You can hear a cop say, "Get him now," and then they tackled me. I stopped recording. As you can see in this video from just beforehand, I had protective equipment on. The earmuffs were smashed and the cops stole my helmet.
He definitely got a promo.
It's a shame because this stuff was paid for by generous Patreon supporters, but luckily I've already used some of it to film a video about tear gas that I'll release in a few weeks. You can see that my pant legs are rolled up. That's because I had written my lawyer friend Chris's number on there ahead of the protest. When I was arrested, another protester asked if there was anyone she should call. I didn't know my partner's number off by heart, so luckily Chris's number was on my leg. You should do this sort of thing too. The city was swarming with cops. They had a long-range acoustic device present, which thankfully they didn't use, but that's why I had ear protection. They pepper sprayed people, lots of arrest. They assaulted these Muslim men praying. All of this was to shut down our protest against the head of a state committing genocide. So I'll end with what was meant to be an introduction from earlier in the day.
Behind me have a long-range acoustic device. It's a sound cannon that emits a sound over 160 decibels. It can cause permanent hearing damage, and it's indiscriminate. If they fired this at the crowd, it wouldn't be targeting any one person for causing trouble. It would be everybody, and there are tens of thousands of us here trying to protest against a genocide that our government is supporting, and they're using these weapons to intimidate us, but it's not going to work. The genocide will stop.
Why do they have other type of crowd control measures? We have to take this guy on face value here, on his word. But like, what's the go with the sound cannon stuff? What's happening there? My God. I'm glad Adam Huda is out on force on this. But his civil sex harassed lawsuit is giving me the iffies. Who's Adam Huda? Is that the guy we were just watching? that we were talking about. He didn't seem too convinced at the end of his video. Yeah. Stand perpendicular to an LRAD, and if they bust them out, people, noise protection, not noise cancelling headphones, will protect you. They have a narrow beam, so try to stay outside its direct path. No, he's one of the first defense lawyers to come out and say that he'd pro bono any protest arrest. Ah, okay. Ah, nice. Interesting. It's called LRAD. Not gonna lie, that acoustic weapon is scary. Yeah, they got some interesting gear, don't they? Apparently Saul was a terrible soldier and everyone in his unit hated him. Where do you get this from? Have you seen those cannons in action? I've seen some. I don't know if it's particularly this LRAD one, but we've seen some crazy shit in the streams where, like, you know, like literally moving crowds instantaneously as well. I guess that's the point, though. All right, so we're going to listen to old mate over here. Peter McKenna actually tried to excuse this entire situation as completely normal and dump it all on the people that were present and explain why it's all their fault, basically. What's this? The elevator only goes to the basement and someone made an awful mess down there. Unless someone grows a Schoffen, what's that? Schopenhauer or a Nietzsche, all forms of facial hair are inferior, especially the weak pencil mo from that retarded Australian painter pretending to be German. Okay. I don't know all of these different mo's. I think I know the Nietzsche. It's pretty fucking hardcore mo though. Very much of the times. 30-second of video. If you want to click it. Where did you put something in here? Where? It's absolutely wild, eh? Oh, no, you put it here. Sorry, the link is here in the chat. If your dad doesn't have a beard, you've got two bums. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You know, I saw stuff from the New York Post as well, looking at these protests. Terrifying moment when police allegedly used a banned sonic weapon on protesters. Is this that when it was happening in Croatia? This is the one that we saw. Is this Croatia? Serbia. It's in Serbia. Okay. Look at that. Look at that. You can't get people to move in unison if you tried. Like, even if this was the opening ceremony of the Olympics and you had people training for months, like, look at the scale in which these people move out of line there. You have to fucking question what type of crowd control weaponry they have. And when they're going to start rolling it out. Like, look at that instantaneous. Boom. Look at that. That guy on the floor. Boom. They're testing some stuff out there, man. They're testing it out. I'm an Italian lady, but I guess you can call me dad. I'm trying for a French mustache. I first noticed it during the Nazi rallies. I was like, wait, are they cops? Huh. Yeah, you see it shoots narrow straight down. So try to get behind something, wear proper earplugs, and move to the side. Yeah, crazy. All right, let's listen to this guy trying to explain his way out of this situation, shall we?
Every speaker that got up at that protest tonight asked the crowd to march. They incited the crowd to march. And it was really something that was quite inflammatory, in fact. It got to the point that I believe the crowd really part in some type of contagion of groupthink, where we saw ordinary people who really took part in something that I don't think they would normally do. And that is
contagion of groupthink. Thank you, Mr. fucking psychologist over here. He's not using Orwellian language. He does mean groupthink. He's saying it. There's this idea that when people, I don't know, get into crowds and herd-like situations, they start to replace rational thought with what everybody else is doing. And rational thought, obviously, in his mind, is just listening to the law. Doesn't matter if the law is morally founded or not, or even completely flimsy. These people were gathering in an area they were told not to, so they're engaging in groupthink, herd-like behavior, and it's making them do questionable things. So what did he say? The contagion of groupthink has taken over the crowd.
we saw ordinary people who really took part in something that I don't think they would normally do, and that is openly and willingly break the law. So it got to a point where officers were being...
their heads fully justified everything because these people were breaking the law. They were protesters. They shouldn't have been there. So like whatever they've done, completely fine. Completely justifiable.
Being threatened, jostled and assaulted, and we had to enact powers.
Who was being threatened?
Got to a point where officers were being threatened, jostled and assaulted, and we had to enact powers to move that crowd on and direct them out of the CBD. This resulted in a number of what I would call melees, rolling fights at times, and violent behaviour by members of that crowd. I had 10 police officers assaulted, and I'm really upset about it. During this...
He looks pretty fucking upset. Could never tell though. He's got a great poker face, right?
Protest activity, it took a number of hours to clear the city from this melee. It was outrageous, the behaviour we saw across Sydney streets tonight, and I'm really, really disappointed by it. I'm more disappointed by the leaders who stood up and asked for people to disobey the law, to break
Jostled.
the law.
Hey, if he can say things like groupthink, he's allowed to say jostled. Hey? What the fuck is he talking about? What is this? The 50s?
And to do the wrong thing. Numerous requests were given to them, numerous directions were given to them to leave the CBD. We did not want any conflict. Our commissioner from over a week ago spoke about this. I've spoken in the media about it. Superintendent Paul Dunstan spoken in the media about it. We did not want conflict. We did not want clashes with protesters. Yet, despite all of that...
Well, then why did you clash with them then, bro? You ordered it. Don't act like their presence was reason enough to crack down on people. It's just their presence that pissed you off. So funny. Oh my god. 90% instigated by police. Heaven forbid a cop gets jostled. It's the word of the day. Jostled, baby. What a dumb cunt. Not a single question going through that tum-shaped skull. I do admit that people climbing barriers would be my line, but yeah, most police.
People were adamant that that is exactly what they want, and that is what took place. So 27 people were arrested tonight, 10 for assault police, others for failing to comply with move-on directions and associated offences. We did utilise our powers under the Public Assembly Restriction Declaration. We did use our powers under the Major Offence Declaration. It took hours and hours to clear the CBD tonight, and was really quite precarious at times for our officers, who were significantly outnumbered by the protesters and the people who wanted to act in a violent and offensive manner. So I'm very proud of the police officers and the job they did tonight. I'm very proud of those officers who came to work not to be put in this position, but to keep the community safe, because that's what it was all about. We are still coming off the back, only weeks off, Australia's largest terrorism attack. And we have to take that into consideration. Tonight, another event took place with thousands of mourners from the Jewish community. Now,
I did a poo this morning. It was a bit of a jostle. By the way, apparently a Greens MP ended up in a neck brace from yesterday. Wow. You'll have to link us. Are they talking about Sydney, or I'm assuming it must have been Sydney. That was the only place that was jostling, I'm guessing.
Australia's largest terrorism attack. And we have to take that into consideration. Tonight, another event took place with thousands of mourners from the Jewish community. Now, we couldn't advertise that at the time, but we had to be very careful that people didn't come into contact with each other and these sort of clashes take place. Sometimes we can't always come out and say our rationale behind why we do things operationally, but there is always a reason behind it. I'm also aware of a number of videos which have been placed on social media by people, very quick to put them up. And I'll say this, out of context, I can understand why people are looking at them might be quite concerned.
What context do you want? You've just explained the context. People shouldn't have been there. And so you had every right and special police powers to clear the city. And so you took that. There's no out of context, man. That's literally what happened. They shouldn't have been there, you said. So we have full right to do whatever we want in order to clear the streets. And on top of that, they were assaulting my officers. So what more context do you need? They were violent protesters who were in a legal position in the first place, shouldn't have been out in public. You crack down on them. If you want to be able to play, you can't play both things at the same time. You either have the right to move these people on with force and you used it because they were illegal anyway, or they assessed the situation in front of them and had to react. You can't be the good cop in all of this situation. You can't. He wants to have his cake and eat it. He wants to be able to use extraordinary powers and move people, clear people out of public spaces, but also look like good cops at the same time. You can't do it, bro. You can't justify this. It doesn't work. And just because people clip stuff and put on social media, hello, do you live under a rock, bro? This is the 21st century. This is what happens in the 2020s. People clip shit and put them online. Seriously. I was filming next to Fatima Payman most of yesterday. Ooh. Interesting. Chucked in the stream chat. Is this the elected representative who went down? Gotta love the government manipulates language and then blame the left for everything while the government do exactly what they condemn. Oh man. All right, let's have a look at this. No, go away. Is this her? Does she have like a caption for this? I blame you, Chris Mins. So this is her. Abigail, is it? Abigail Boyd. Interesting. I think you overestimate how much that side cares about hypocrisy. They don't. They're in charge. That's all they care about. Yeah, well, like, if they're in charge, then why be like, oh, we're good cops too? Like, just be the, be the state force. It was necessary to clear the streets, and so we cleared the streets kind of thing. Don't be upset when people clip you doing stuff that really looks bad. Tigo biddies. Hey.
And while one video in particular, it might even be offensive to people, but I will say this. Please understand they are small videos being put up, and I would say out of context.
It's the C word again.
A rolling melee of violence and un-Australian and inappropriate behaviour tonight.
It was un-Australian. So those Muslim people that were praying, and resisting arrest, very un-Australian, can I just add? All those people with their Palestinian flags, who were upset about a foreign president being here under questionable circumstances, given their situation with the International Criminal Court. It's un-Australian. We let international criminals into this country and we pay for their security. That's the Australian way, not this melee stuff on the street protesting. Australians don't get upset when it comes to international justice and having standards. That's un-Australian. Whoa, what a slip. He was struggling for his words. It's not about you, it's about them. It's how they deal with the guilt of selling their soul to the man. I don't want to be the negative Nelly here, but I have to. You can buy these neck braces from a pharmacy for pretty cheap. There are very few instances where a neck brace is indicated for injury or strain of the neck. I'm just saying that looks worse than it is. I know, I couldn't help feel that. When I was looking at it, I was like, oh, it's not hard just to take a picture with a neck brace on. If only there was a clip of it that wasn't taken out of context of her being pushed by the police. That would have been better. But any chance to be like, hey, fuck you, Mins. This is your fault. Ho Chi Mins.
Or inappropriate behaviour tonight. And it was really disappointing to see. We have to work with these protest groups going into the future. And this hasn't done them any favours, I can tell you now, because they're always very quick to say they don't want violence, they don't want conflict. But when they're on microphones, telling crowds to do the wrong thing, telling crowds to take on the police, well, this is what happens. You end up with
Has anyone heard that footage? Audio of that? Has anyone heard audio of these speakers telling the crowds to go and fight the police? I don't believe that one. I don't believe. I've heard footage of them. I've heard footage of people saying, "Let us march, let us walk, let us march." But has anyone heard audio where speakers were telling people to go and fight the cops?
But when they're on microphones, telling crowds to do the wrong thing, telling crowds to take on the police, well, this is what happens. You end up with these sort of clashes.
Interesting.
So thankfully...
All I've heard is let us march and arrest Herzog. I just tried to look up the event, the ICC. I couldn't find any information prior to the news today. My question is, how did they sell thousands with no information leaking? Yeah, it's so conspiratorial, this stuff, isn't it? Not only was it so secret that Mins couldn't talk about it, but no one, how do you get tickets? You have to know someone who knows someone who's in the Jewish community. And you have people coming up from Victoria in solidarity. It's literally a closed thing. This is a section of the population that has extreme protections by the state. The irony and the hypocrisy of them talking about social cohesion and facilitating this type of stuff is just so outrageous. It's so outrageous, and they don't understand. I guess they don't care. Dr. Nathan already called it. They don't give a shit. I reckon they did it. Personal opinion, but on average. Larp Jeff, lefties losing it. Oh, we should check out Sky News on this one, shouldn't we? Larp Jeff, right? Same cops that did this shit. I mean, Is Not Raoul likes to keep lists. So personal invites, yeah, and they have the architecture to do it as well. They already know you anyway. Palantir is helping them out. Same cops that did this. What's this? Injured former Greens candidate Hannah Thompson charged with resisting police at pro-Palestinian protest. Whoa. Police say critical incident investigation not entirely off the cards. Fuck. Heavy.
no one seriously hurt tonight. There were people treated by ambulance, mostly for things like OC spray and the like. 10 police officers, as I said, assaulted. None of those seriously, thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
And I'm really disappointed, but we've come to the end of the night, and I'm sure more of this will be fleshed out in the following days as to what took place and why, and how things can be done better in the future.
Oh, I wonder why they don't do the question time. All right, somebody asked for Big Josh. Hey, it is Big Josh. Here he is. Hey, our fucking Lord and Savior. To be honest, like, he's out there challenging this stuff. Love him or hate him. And I know me and 4AS have opinions on this guy. But, like, love him or hate him, someone's at the forefront challenging this state. There's the big man. Over Joe. There's the big boy. Hey, you're up next, bro. Tell us what you think. No one was seriously hurt. Cue video to kidney punches on teen by police officer. Cue video, old dude being punched in the ribs multiple times by G'd up fucking young buck police officer with Thomas Sewell mustache. Why is nobody asking the real questions here, though? How could Dan Andrews allow this to happen? That's a fair fucking question. Hey, it's Ho Chi Minh and Dan Andrews coming to get ya. Mr. E or Big Josh? Who has the better man bun? Is that even a question? Hey, god damn. It's obviously Big Josh over here. He's been rocking that for as long as I remember him. I haven't always had this man bun. But like, what, 5 years ago when we first met him? What do you reckon, 4AS? He looked the same. Hey, he never changes. The real question, where is Dictator Dan? Notice how no one has interviewed the kidney punch man. I thought the media was meant to be both sides of the story. Well, both sides of the story is this. Are you ready? We've seen it enough. The media narrative is talk about protests and violent protests and then go and look at the nice peaceful morning vigil that took place at the ICC. Look at all the nice police officers over there. Look how happy they are, just keeping the peace. These ones over here are being attacked by protesters. Hey, Big Josh, big man. Hey, he was so inspired by Josh's man bun that he started rocking one himself. Oh man, he looks exactly the same as 2021 when we went to that conference. He's never changed. Josh Lee never changes, but he enacts change.
Hi everyone, Josh Lees from the Palestine Action Group. So yeah, last night we saw the people of Sydney mobilise in huge numbers, 20 or 30,000 of us, for a peaceful demonstration at Town Hall Square.
So that's the narrative. So somewhere between, what was it, 9,000 we heard Channel 9 say before, and 20 or 30,000. Somewhere between the two of those is your figure. What do you reckon? 15,000 people there? Maybe 20? Not that the mainstream media will say that. Funny how everyone's talking about how violent the protest was, but no one is talking about how violent it is to sign bombs that you're about to drop on people, and not any people, civilians too, right? So it's probably about 15K. That's our rule. That's our rule, isn't it, 4AS? Somewhere between the official narrative and what like the evil protesters say, somewhere in that middle area there, the median, that's probably where it's at. Yeah, 15, I'd say 15 to 20K. I believe that from the view that you had. Yeah, 100%. It was an interesting view you had too.
To say to the world of us, for a peaceful demonstration at Town Hall Square, to say to the world that we stand for humanity, we do not stand for genocide. That massive demonstration, that expression of the popular will of people in this city, was met through really sickening state violence by our Premier and our New South Wales Police Force, sickening state violence in support of the sickening state violence that has been carried out in Gaza. That's what happened last night. This was a violent attack on protesters in order to roll the red carpet out for someone who has incited a genocide in Gaza. That is the context here. We've all would be aware of many of the brutal stories, of course, the videos that are going around of a man with his hands raised in surrender being pummeled by riot police, another man thrown to the ground, 2 police kneeling on him while police repeatedly punch him in the head and the kidneys. We saw, of course, the Muslim men kneeling in prayer, again attacked by police. There are so many stories coming in. An old woman, I'm told, has 4 cracked ribs from her violent treatment overnight. I personally witnessed a young woman who was just trying to leave by herself, not as part of a crowd, grabbed by the hair, thrown to the ground and arrested. Another 77-year-old man was violently arrested. He was punched. He suffered serious injuries. He can't walk properly today.
Well, that's not true, Josh. Big Josh, calm down, because we just heard from the Assistant Police Commissioner, and he said there are no serious injuries, not for the police and not for any of the quote-unquote protesters. But Josh, you were taking that clip out of context, eh? Mins and our Assistant Police Commissioner said so. They said the C word. Why is anyone listening to us? Oh my God, so good, so good. I stood on the corner, I could see easily 1,000 plus believe the protesters before the cops. I half expected a megaphone to turn on and say, "You there, sir, with the camera, turn that off or else." 7 News being more straightforward than the ABC. Think of all that taxpayer money these protests cost, crippling our culture and economy. Un-Australian. Hey, you don't get to use the word un-Australian, okay? That's reserved for the police commissioner, the assistant police commissioner. Eh? They're the only people who are allowed to tell us, the state, what's Australian and not.
He was then arrested on an assault police charge, only to be subsequently released 5 hours later, when of course it emerged that that charge was completely bogus. And that should be a lesson when it comes to all of these so-called assault police charges. Now, we said, of course, in the lead up to this, that the streets of Sydney should belong to the people of Sydney, not to the president.
That was the guy that was getting kidney punched on the floor, wasn't it? That dude just there. Looks familiar. Professional protesters.
State, so-called assault police charges. Now, we said, of course, in the lead up to this, that the streets of Sydney should belong to the people of Sydney, not to the president of a genocidal state. That is what should have occurred last night, that our peaceful protest should have been allowed to occur. We should have been allowed to march. That's what we continued to ask police for last night. But this was an attack not just on people who were trying to march. This was an attack on everyone who was just trying to have even a static rally, which was completely lawful and allowed, even under all these current protest restrictions, at Town Hall. The vast majority of people in...
Bro, the New South Wales police using Pete Hegseth Patriot attempts to destroy the woke army. Hey, yeah, it's woke Harvard versus the Department of War.
That crowd was not just protest restrictions at Town Hall. The vast majority of people in that crowd was not just some small minority, either directly experienced or witnessed all around them really sickening acts of police brutality against people who were just trying to disperse. I myself stood up on one of the benches on George Street footpath with a megaphone, appealing to the crowd that, you know, now was the time to try to disperse, only for people to turn around and ask me, quite rightly, where can we go? And that's what I then said by the megaphone to Paul Dunstan, the senior police officer in charge, who was watching me make that speech, who was filming me making that speech, actually. And it was at that exact moment when I was trying to appeal to the crowd and to the police to allow us to disperse, when the police charged in with horses, pepper sprayed, and the violence.
Well, Big Josh, that is not the story that we've been told. And you have to look, if you know the area, they had barricades across the road from Town Hall. They had one, like, literally on the opposite side of that. They were blocking them off from the QVB. So there was 3 sides being blockaded. They would only have been able to go particularly one direction, and that is back down George Street towards Central. So that's in, like, what would you say, like a southerly direction. All other areas would have been contained. So if you're pushing people and telling them to disperse, and you've blocked off most of their points of exit, and then in the only way to move a crowd in that point is in one direction, what are you going to do? Ask them nicely? Hey? Or get people to start getting a bit shovey? Hey? A little bit shovey. A cavalry charge. Very interesting. Not gonna lie, some high quality men in that crowd protesting against genocide makes you hot. There it is. We need the Hegseth update mystery. Yes. Oh my god.
From there onwards and onwards. I was in Bathurst Street at one point when we saw those images of hundreds and hundreds of riot police repeatedly charging at people, pepper spraying everyone, trampling people underfoot who were already injured, already been pepper sprayed, couldn't get away in time, and so on. Now, as I said, Chris Minns has unleashed this really horrific police violence last night. One of the most outrageous lines that Chris Minns is trying to use today to justify that police brutality is that supposedly if that didn't happen, that we in some way pose some threat to Jewish people in Sydney or to the people attending the Herzog event at the ICC. Now, this is so dishonest. Chris Minns knows that this is a complete lie because the people who were trying to march in the opposite direction of that event that was taking place. Chris Minns cannot possibly use that event as an excuse for the sickening police brutality meted out to all of us.
I gotta say, like, you know, he has got Josh Lees. He's got a bit of a punchable face, but he's fucking right. Like, the story we've heard of Chris Minns twice now, one with, what was it, Channel 9, and once with the Australian broadcaster, has been, hey, we had to stop these violent people from clashing with the peaceful people gathering at the ICC. It was our job. It's why you pay us. It's so we keep the peace for you plebs. And like, these guys were bloodthirsty and they would have torn this peaceful ICC going community to pieces. They would have destroyed them all, and we had to keep them at bay. And like I've tried to explain, like, if you know the geography of Sydney, they're in separate locations, and they would have been moving in different directions anyway. Like, you know, yeah, I hate to agree with a guy with a man bun, but like, goddamn, I think he's got a fucking point. Context. There it is. Imagine if all Australians bared our bums to Herzog. Now that's Australian. I agree. Butts for the hog. Wait, that sounds like a great Friday night. Ho Chi Minh's adventure in the Middle East. Let's go. Means no public. Why won't you swallow our propaganda?
There is no justification for police's actions last night whatsoever. Chris Minns is trying to bring seemingly a bit of Donald Trump's America to Sydney. That cannot be allowed to happen. We will not stand for it. We need to stand up against this kind of authoritarianism, these crackdowns on protest, and this unleashing of police violence. And, you know, we have called another rally tonight at the Surrey Hills police station to make that point, that there needs to be an investigation into the police brutality last night, that all the charges against protesters need to be dropped, and that we need to repeal this crazy raft of anti-protest laws that Chris Minns has passed, which has led to the police thinking that they are above the law, that they can do whatever they want, that they can brutalise protesters, as we saw last night.
Well, they were given special powers. Little ticket there. Ticket to go ham. And God, did they go ham. They got some nice ham on that one. Yeah, it's on our flag. According to the Americans. AB detailing her experience on radio. Is this the one here? Which might highlight the injuries. Oh, it's 8 minutes. It's not bad. Let's see what she has to say for herself. Where'd you get your neck brace from? Violent. Greens MLC Abigail Boyd describes her experience with police. Let's have a listen. Do you have a timestamp by any chance?
Well, staying with the protests last night in Sydney, I'm joined now by Abigail Boyd, a Greens member of the Legislative Council who was present at the protest last night and suffered a neck injury. Abigail Boyd, welcome to Radio National Breakfast.
Good morning.
What happened to you last night?
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah, I'm still processing it, to be honest. I only just I got home a few hours ago. My neck is okay. Other parts of my body are incredibly sort of battered and sore, but there's nothing sort of permanent, I'm told, at this point. But I was at the rally. It was peaceful and loving, and then the police decided that we couldn't leave. But then they decided we couldn't stay either, and they just started assaulting people. And I got pushed so hard, like my feet left the ground after I told them I was a member of parliament. And then I got shoved so hard in my chin. I don't know if they're aiming for my head or not, which kind of whipped my neck back. And then they pushed another police officer, shoved me again. And when you look at the footage, like I'm just standing there. There's hardly anyone around me, and they've just targeted me and attacked me. I've never seen anything like this in my life. I can't believe this is the country we live in. I'm actually still in shock.
So just to clarify here,
I wonder if they, like she said, there's footage of it. I wonder if anyone can find that footage. Hobo Joe, I wonder if the ICC event was why the judge wouldn't give his reasoning. Yeah, I wonder. Well, it seems like they've allowed it. Sorry, they wouldn't allow it to go ahead. And I think in full knowledge that these people were going to do it anyway, obviously, in order to allow the police to do this. They've got special powers. The protest wasn't supposed to be there, so they could have cleared the mean streets, if you know what I mean. And there's no decision being brought forward, so no one can look at the context of why they would have said no in this case, because then they would have used that context again, and they don't want to be bound by it. They don't want to be bound by it. They were like, look, if this protest goes ahead, we need to have special police powers. We need to be able to clean the streets. So like, let it, don't legalize the event, and we will use our powers of state repression. But we can't give anything away, because that decision or the reasoning behind that decision might be not advantageous to us in the future. It might be challenged as well. I guess they just wanted to use those special powers, right? I feel like if they're all just... I feel like if y'all are just going to go off somewhere in between mentality, then protest leaders need to doubly their actual numbers instead of just giving them honest so people find the truth. Yeah, but like, it's hard. Like, you've been to protests. You know, like when you look down a street and you can't see the end of it, like it's hard to actually know how many people are there, to quantify how many people are there. And so like you got to go off whatever your judgment is of that situation. And like, why would it be hard to believe that people that organize an event would not want to embellish their numbers a little bit? I don't think that's hard to believe at all. Like, you want people to think that, you know, and this is a big deal. I don't blame them for that. Did she get a CT? Who gave her a soft collar? Why isn't she in a Miami collar? I have questions. Medical related, of course. Professional. Good luck trying to stop 15K people from protesting. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, but I don't live in Sydney. I know when the media is lying to me, I can see the whole crowd. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough. I get it. It's difficult. Like, I'd love to be able to judge from what some of the things we've seen. Like, remember the Invasion Day rally? I don't know if you could see the footage, but I kept looking back down Macquarie Street towards the end of Hyde Park, and we were at the length of Hyde Park at that point, and the street was chockers. Like, I would say that there's like 20, 30,000 people there, but I just don't know how to gauge that properly. I don't know how many people was at the protest yesterday, but it wasn't 250. Fair enough. Where are these police powers at the racism rallies? Where are these police powers when Nazis are speaking at rallies? Just saying Australia isn't for all Australia. No, see, that's un-Australian. You cannot say that, Ninja. That's un-Australian.
Saying that you were pushed, injured by New South Wales police officers?
Yes. Yeah, I've got it all on tape. I was recording. I said to them, I am just recording so that to make sure that everyone is doing the right thing. I'm complying with your move on request. But then we got
Little shout to
down
my video
the
drops.
stairs because they'd come up the stairs to actually get me to put me into with the rest of the people rallying. And there was a group of people who were praying in front of us because it was the time for prayer.
And not any of that are able to go through to the Palestinian people. That is why we are protesting. I'd like to invite up our next two speakers, Senator Penny Allman-Payne, the Green Senator for Queensland, and our very own
Did you guys march?
Member for Brenda Bella. Please take it away. Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Arrest Herzog. Whereabouts in Canberra is this? Oh, look. There was someone who was Jewish there. Yes, another self-hating Jewish person. Context, bro. I had a good view. I'm happy to say 15,000 is a good number to settle on. City centre. Yeah, jump to it like a 3/4 of the way through. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, straw hat. So how many people do you reckon were there then? One of the leaders is a Jewish anti-Zio. Are you allowed to be anti-Zio though? Isn't that racist? Bro, on Australia Day, I was enjoying a sausage snack. Yeah. Oh, here we go. We can see the crowd here. Look at this. What did they say? There was 250 people there? I don't think so. It's a fair crowd there. Yeah, there's a fair crowd there.
By the whole world, an impact imprinted forever, and everlasting photos that won't be buried by time or place.
It's a good turnout today. A bit lower than expected with the rain, but thankfully it held off afterwards for us. But it looks like it's about to come back out now. Alright, so let's see who we can raid off to, if this will work.
There it is. Interesting. Struggles at the end. I feel you, bro. Me and Tech, we go way back.
Earrings for the missus, and I'm going to get out of here. So...
There we go. There he is. Sneaky.
Free to raid that we know of. Anyone out? If Garlo's still in here, can you recommend anyone?
Sneaky, sneaky. Hey. Raid didn't work. Oh man. Yeah, I have some problems with raiding people sometimes. I don't know why. It happens. It's happening, man. It's capitalism. All right, let's hear. I gotta find this. I gotta find out. This is for you, Love Chef. I can't believe I haven't seen Sky News come out. I literally tried searching both in real life and just chatting for Herzog Projects lives and couldn't find shit. Me too. Me too. I'm glad that you said that because I was looking for it yesterday as well, and nothing. It was difficult. I could find DRM news stuff, but it looked like it was just cuts that were being called live stuff. Well. Respect. New South Wales praised for their handling. A elitist controlling the pro. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Anyone care what type of take we get off this one? Footage shows Grace Tame telling crowd to globalize the Intifada. But that's all they've got as a smear campaign. Who's Grace Tame? Anyone know? Yes, 100%. Joyce calls for Grace Tame to have Australian of the Year title stripped. Dun dun dun. Who's praising these fascist speakers? Only your friend and mine at Sky News. Same, I couldn't find anything. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's like the Invasion Day rally that I went to. Like when I do March for Australia, I'm not getting conspiratorial on this. I'm just stating objectively. When I do March for Australia rallies, the YouTube algorithm bumps it up. I get like heaps of, let's just say you call them, you call them engagement, and like they pop up in people's feeds. Let's just say. Like the amount of stuff that pops up in people's feeds, whether they touch it or not, is huge. But when I did the Invasion Day rally, nothing. Like the engagement in terms of it popping up in people's feeds, which is like basically it's called impressions, was so low. It was so low. I wonder if purposefully, and I'm not saying there's even a political agenda behind this, but just the algorithm itself praises or encourages certain types of live stream viewing or not. Grace is a former Australian of the Year who was outspoken against our culture. Globalized the frittata. Okay, right. All right, well, let's get their trashy culture war take on this then.
Let's bring you some more of that audio from the protests yesterday. This is a real test of leadership and hate speech laws. Yesterday, and there's been plenty of reporting on this, about the chance.
Remember, Mystery, YouTube is owned by Google. Yes, I know. Oh, that's so good. Oh, yeah, shit, sorry. Turn it up.
Let's bring you some more of that audio from the protests yesterday. This is a real test of leadership and hate speech laws. Yesterday, and there's been plenty of reporting on this, about the chance to globalise the Intifada. Grace Tame is a former Australian of the Year. She has posted this next clip on her own social media, so she has no regrets about it. Let's just have a look. This is at a time where Isaac Herzog, the president of Israel, is in town to comfort the victims of the Bondi Beach massacre. Tanya Plibersek was asked about this by our reporter not that long ago. This is what she had to say.
A particular slogan is one that's been banned in countries around the world like the UK, we know some Australian
This is pretty light on by Sky News. I thought it would just be wall to wall slamming the protesters and going hard, going ham, but nothing. This is lame. Love Jeff. Sky News not doing it for us anymore, man. They would rather globalize the Nakba. Yes. Yes, they're working on it.
pursuing that too. Grace Tame should she be stripped for Australian Indigenous title, or is that way too
Look, I'm not going to comment on individual people and what they said. I wasn't there, but I would say about that phrase that's been used by a lot of different people to mean a lot of different things. At its heart, what it means is a single state, a single Palestinian state or a single Israeli state. That is a damaging and divisive message. Labor supports a two-state solution. We support a two-state solution with recognised borders that provide safety and security for Israeli people and Palestinian people to live in peace side by side. We don't
Yeah, I know, right? Yes, they're too focused on overthrowing Susan. It's mental. Like, now that One Nation's in on a ticket, or it looks like, appears to be on a ticket, like the Liberals have been thrown under the bus so hard. It's just like, I don't want to play with you anymore. The Toy Story meme, fuck, man. They are, you're right, they're obsessed with overthrowing Susan. She's gone, bro. She's gone. If Sky News isn't in her corner, she's got nothing left. They don't even have time to spend like ripping on the loony lefties here and how they disgraced themselves and were so un-Australian that they started attacking police officers who were just trying to do their job. Globalize the enchilada. Localize the esplanade. Oh my God.
Support slogans or chants or statements that suggest a single state, because a single state means pushing the other people out. Yeah. We'd like to hear from the Assistant Minister, Jed Carney, as well.
Okay, that's where we leave Tanya Plibersek there. That's just come in. She's described this phrase used by many people, and we saw it on placards as well at that protest yesterday, as damaging and divisive. And that's certainly what it was yesterday.
That's it. Yeah, Sky News, they're not doing well these days with this type of stuff. Very disappointing. I expect, when they fuel the culture wars, they go hard. They go fucking hard.
What do you think of some of the pictures that we have seen of what some are describing as police heavy-handedness? We've shown what appears to be a young man on the ground being restrained. There's an older man with his hands up. And there was the Muslim prayer service at the end, a group prayer at the end, what appeared to be the end of this protest. Do you agree with Chris?
Yeah, a single state focus on pushing people out like the Israelis are currently doing. Yes, which is actually, I don't know if Spandonk is with us today, but that was like the point of the whole conversation that we were having with Spandonk yesterday. It was just kind of like the mission is to completely push out and occupy an entire territory and call it a nation. Like, despite the people that already exist and like despite other conversations that have been had to try and resolve the situation. And like that is exactly what's happening. So like you have people that are chanting stuff at protests, or you have people that are actually carrying out the mission, which is turning this whole area into one state. Spandonky's deep state. I hope not. Honestly, like we've had some good conversations, Spandonk, and us on this stream, all of us, and like we can agree to disagree on things. We have good conversations. I hope there's no deep state stuff going on there. Murdoch wants his liberals back, but he's not going to get it. I don't know, man. One state solution means ethnic cleansing now. What's this? Townsville had a protest. Is that Barnaby's seat? Yeah. Actually. Fight, chat, fight. I'm glad I'm not fighting anyone in chat today. Need another coffee for that.
This means that we shouldn't judge on short social media clips.
I agree with that. They are short clips and we need to see the context. What I would say, though, is this was entirely predictable, and that is why the courts, the police did not want this to proceed in that location.
What
in
was
such
predictable? That if these people went out, that the police were going to crush them? Like, is that what's predictable? Come on, you listen to yourselves. These people are on their knees facing the other direction. Are you going to say that this action here caused the police to do violence? Like, how do you take that out of context? Even if you clip it for a second, how is that taken out of context? They are on their knees facing the other direction. They are not violently protesting and like causing a safety concern for the cops. How do you clip that out of context?
close proximity to 6,000 mourners just down the road. It was a difficult situation for police. They have my respect. I'm very concerned that they were put in danger by having to manage a volatile situation in a very confined. That put them at risk. They have been
I've seen quite a few videos of police just bashing people. No, that's just out of context. Yes. How dare you? Have you not heard the line? It's out of context. It's out of context. Remember, people, whatever you see, it's just out of context. Don't let your eyes deceive you. It's just out of context. It's just out of context. Say it to us. Say it to us. Say it to yourselves. Sorry, say it to yourselves now. Just out of context. Would you like to see her try to explain what context absolves this?
Weekend supervising protests in our city for over a year. They've probably had a gutful. New South Wales has had a gutful. We're all sick of it. And if tensions flared, that was entirely predictable and avoidable.
So wait a minute. She's saying that the police are pissed off because they've had to deal with this every week. So that gives them the right to do this sort of type of shit. They're just saying context and hoping no one actually looks into it and just believes them. To be fair, it works more than it should now. That's why it's a machine, right? A manufacturing consent machine.
Had followers of police who said, please feel free to protest. And you would expect that when you have a visiting head of state from a region that is at war. Of course, people need to protest. They should have the right to protest, but it must be done peacefully. These are professional protesters who are taking over our city and they are ignoring the rules.
It does seem that they are. We also saw
really, like that old guy that was getting beaten by the cops. Definitely a professional protester, 100%, with his hands up, being like, fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh my God. It's the same language being used in the US. Yes, these are professional protesters, so as professionals, they can be professionally beaten. And they should be able to take it like champions. It is the same language, isn't it? A war they started and continue to inflame.
Lightly disappointing placards and chants, which are hurtful, and the Jewish community have told us time and time again that they are incitement or amount to incitement. One was globalise the Intifada. That was repeated by none other than an Australian of the Year in Grace Tame.
Oh, show the clip.
Well, that slogan can obviously be interpreted as an incitement for violence, and under New South Wales laws, that can carry a penalty if prosecution is sought, along with other phrases that can be chanted, along with particular slogans and placards. So this is about enforcement, but I would say that enforcement is very difficult if leadership can't be exercised in this state, and Chris Minns's leadership is being tested by his own party members, his own Labor members of Parliament. So what hope do we have of leadership across the state when that continues? And under Labor's watch,
is it really a test of Chris Minns's leadership? I mean, he was praised by Tony Abbott this morning for backing in the police. So what are you saying exactly, that if he doesn't sack these 4 members of his caucus, or, I mean, what should he do?
They should be disciplined. They should be removed from their... What is the point of having a Labor Party which, by the way, is bound by their party rules to introduce these laws, what is the point of having lawmakers if they turn into potential lawbreakers or at least undermine his authority? So I would say that is an incredible weakness. I mean, you can have a very reasonable leader in Chris Minns, and he is much of the time. But what is the point of that if he is battling constantly with the left Greens movement?
That's enough. That's enough. Kelly Salami, The Last Offense, Ho Chi Minh, Sky News, Girl Boss, Yes Queen. These are the same BS rhetoric Zioran was spewing during his campaign. Lawmakers turned lawbreakers, and she's got bars. Spandog is back. Can be interpreted as violent. Yeah, I don't really know how else to interpret globalize the Intifada. Interesting. Oh, well, that's coming from a liberal politician. You can interpret it as not centering Jewish feelings and Palestinian liberation instead. Yeah, 100%. You can interpret it, but whatever. This shit frustrates me to no end. So, like, you just love the pain? Is that what's happening here, Love Jeff? You just love the pain. I want some of that Sky News. I just love it. Yeah, speak of the devil. We were just talking about you, Spendong, and our conversation yesterday. Yeah, I want to be taking something and making it mean something else. You can change your language. Yeah, I can't watch this anymore. It's just going to be like, well, Labour didn't do this, but we would have done this.
Thousands of people gathered here at Sydney's Town Hall tonight to protest against the visit of Israeli President Isaac Herzog.
Yeah, he was definitely assaulting an officer, that guy, wasn't he? Look at this guy. Back turned, assaulting the cops. Definitely assaulting. Look at them all. They're like Roman centurions. Back in line. Take him. And then he's gone. Sent to ICE detention facilities, maybe. Mayhaps. They just fucking kidnapped a man. Look, can you just slow down, please? I got a little word for you, and it starts with a C. It's called context, all right? Obviously, that guy had just been assaulting police officers. He had his back turned because he was having a breather, and then they got him. He fucked around and found out. Better globalize intifada than globalize infanticide. Yeah, no. It's pretty heavy when you say it like that. How do you see the police brutality right outside your streets? And your first thought is the real problem here is people saying globalize the intifada, grow the fuck up. He's holding her hand. She's a gun. I'll go to sleep tonight telling myself it's all about context. Yeah, it's the manufacturing consent machine working for you. Manufacturing consent machine, sorry, working for you. It's all about context. context. All of these videos, they have no context. Of course they have no context, damn it. Why doesn't everybody just see they have no context? Why is this so hard to understand? Oh. Alright, he's just to top it off for you. This one's not going to piss off anyone. Eh? He's the man himself. The reason why we spent the last 3 hours watching this. He's the guy himself being asked.
With President Isaac-Herzog. President, thank you so much for being here in Australia. Your support means an incredible amount, particularly to the Australian Jewish community. What did you...
Palestine Action was the main group there. They're terrorists? Come on, bro. You don't normally troll. You don't normally troll. Do you actually, honestly, do you think the Palestine Action Group are terrorists? You're not usually a troll, but now you're just coming in to fucking piss people off. Come on. Herzog, finally some context? Yes. Like all of this fuss for him and he can't even get a word in? Poor Herzog, man. I gotta feel sorry for this guy. We need to make a video of the word context whispered over and over again in a pitch black background going between the different sides of my headphones. Context. Yeah, of course. They are terrorists. Honestly? Okay. Fair enough. Oh, man. Fair enough.
Feel when you visited the site of the massacre this morning?
It moved me to my core. And I think that it's also an expression of the feelings that Australians in general and the Jewish members of the community in Australia felt and still are feeling about this horrific attack at Bondi Beach on December 14th. In fact, our heart...
Yeah, she's not wrong. His presence does mean a lot. Yeah.
Missed a beat all throughout the Jewish world and in Israel on that moment. And I think it expresses the love and passion that we have for our brothers and sisters around the world. This was a terrible, terrible event.
Just like our heart broke when October 7 happened.
I'm not trolling. Thinking Palestine Action is just a protest group is disgusting. Interesting. Well then, if you're not trolling, would you be able to present me like Exhibit A as to what would classify them as a terrorist organization? What acts of terror have they unleashed on society? I would like to know more. But I guess you know the name of Palestinians just... But I guess you know in the name of Palestine, the means justify the ends. I believe we're all being shucked and jived into demanding digital IDs and digital currency. The left hand creates the crisis and the right hand offers the solution in exchange for liberties. They hurt his Jewish friends' feelings. They must be terrorists. No, there must be a reason. Spandonk, the enlightened individual as you are, we've had many of a fair conversation. You must have what's the word? Irrefutable evidence that they are a terrorist organization. It's on the wiki pages, but sure, if you're that ignorant, I'll post the link. What? It says on their Wikipedia page, we are a terrorist organization.
And we never thought we'd see scenes similar to that here. But you met with some people this morning who watched their husband or wives or children be murdered in front of them. I mean, horrific stories.
Yes, and it was very, very moving and very agonizing and painful. And I could not but think about families who I met after October 7th. And the truth of the matter is it's the same type of enemy. It's the jihadist ideology that wants to eradicate all of those who are not extreme Muslims, meaning moderate Muslims, Christians of all denominations, and Jews. It's known, it's written in the annals of the jihadist philosophy and ideology. And the world has to wake up and understand this is a very dangerous plague. And this is...
Here we go. Palestine Action is a British one. Okay, this is the have a look under proscription and you tell me if you think it was deserved. All right, give me a second. I want to see. This is the British version. So what did you say? Look under proscription and you tell me if you think it was deserved. Other protests. Proscription background. After Palestine Action Group targeted a factory of the US defense company, who was a member of the House of Lords and a paid advisor, freedom of information documents obtained by Palestine Action showed that, oh wait, you guys can't see that. Let me move that so you can see it. Damn, where did it go? Proscription. So the Israeli embassy officials asked UK to intervene in cases involving prosecution of UK protesters. Redactions were made for the freedom of information documents because disclosure would likely prejudice UK's relations with Israel. Like, have you got something particular that we're talking about here? So I don't have to read this for like the next 10 minutes. Documents obtained by Palestinian Action Group Freedom of Information gave details of government meetings to reassure Elbit Systems about Palestine Action's campaign against it. Palestine Action said that the documents demonstrate that the Home Office tried to pressure police and prosecutors to crack down on activists. Like, what are we talking about? The British version is the original. Everyone is an offshoot. Okay, so the British government prescribes it as a terrorist organization, so that makes it a terrorist organization. Like, that's it. That's what we're talking about here, because the government has decided to delineate them after they broke into a factory and spray painted some fighter jets. That makes them a terrorist organization. Yeah, scroll down to the airbase invasion. Airbase invasion. Oh my God. Protesters. We're talking about protesters breaking into a premises and spray painting something. Oh man. Bro. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Breaking into somebody, like into a industrialist's property and spray painting their shit can be easily construed, if you wanted to, as an act of terrorism, as opposed to like vandalism or just property damage. But like, you know, I guess if that suits your position, why not? Can you send the Discord? Yeah, sorry, here it is. You know, we've had some really good discussions on here. I really thought you had something better than that. The guards were military. And so what? Assaulting guards makes you a terrorist. Is that what you're suggesting? Because there were guards that were there that suffered from this. They're terrorists. It's like anyone. So like if someone's at the front of a nightclub and they pick a fight with a bunch of bouncers, then they're a terrorist, I guess. Right? They were violent in the course of their action. So anyone, remember this, anyone who uses violence and is part of a group are terrorists. Right. I don't know, man. I'm really trying, bro. I'm really trying with this one. I'm sorry, man. I can't. Yeah, right, dude. I guess terrorism doesn't exist. Like you can you see, how about we just change the point of this conversation actually? Can you see how terrorism is something that is actually used by the state in order to clamp down on behavior that they don't see as appropriate? It's been used as justifications for wars. It's been used as justification to shut down discourse. It's been used to shut down organizations and assembly in public places. You use the T word, and like you can justify clamping down on people's civil liberties, like people's right to protest, people's rights to freedom of speech. Like, do you think there's any validity then in the idea that the state would use terrorist classifications to suit their own agenda? Terrorism is used by the state, question mark. Are you retarded? I don't know if you're responding to someone else, but like, can you just tell me whether you think the state uses terrorism, like classifies things as terrorism to suit a particular agenda or not? I would like to know your opinion on that at least. I'm trying my best here, man. Where did you put this? What did you say? Where are you? Oh, classifications, not committing it? Yeah, sure. As in like, so wait, we're in agreement here that the state will classify things as terrorism to suit their own purposes. We're in agreement there. So on classification, not committing it? Yeah, sure. That's why I judge on a case-by-case basis. So is it possible in this situation that the British government has classified these people as terrorists because it suits their agenda and it shuts down the legitimacy of people protesting on this issue? And in this case, they were violent. And so because they were violent, they are terrorists. Not because they were causing terror, which is the intention. Like, terrorism is not just violence. Terrorism is the process and the intention of terrorizing, spreading fear. Now, if you're suggesting that what they were doing was actually fear, spreading fear amongst the people that are employed by these organizations, these corporations, and they're spreading fear throughout the corporation and trying to get them to question whether or not they should have contracts with a particular state or provide weapons to a particular state that is causing, let's not even go into what the state is doing. They're terrorizing a corporation to stop it from doing business deals with a nation state. Then like I could easily get down with that type of interpretation. Yeah, okay, fine. They were terrorizing a corporation to stop them from engaging in business. I could get down with that. But like, are they terrorists in the sense that they're terrorizing the population or a segment of the population? Like, I'd say that classifies. What? Terrorizing corporations is terrorism? Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just trying to understand where we stand or where our values align and all that sort of stuff. It wasn't a corporation. It was a military base full of taxpayer funded shit. Okay. Fair enough. And so then in this case, who did they terrorize then? Who did they terrorize? Not assault. Because they're different things. And I know they're not mutually exclusive, but they are different things. I'm getting censored? Oh, interesting. Terrorism charges are like murder charges. Intent matter more than outcomes. Otherwise, you'll just be charged with manslaughter. It's a fair point. The state is the real terrorist, says Trashfire. They rely on the fear of the public to maintain power. They use terror narratives to maintain power and surveillance. I don't know if you can really argue with that. Damn. In this situation, like I said, millions of dollars of damage was done in an effort to cause terror and carried out. They hurt 3 people, one quite badly. The state has a monopoly on violence. There is no comparison between state violence and individual acts of violence, and the disparity is colossal. Cheering for state-sanctioned violence is most pathetic. Yeah. I don't know, man. Millions of dollars of damage is an act of terror. They terrorized the general public and military complex by breaking in and causing massive damage. In the process, they hurt 3 people. One dude they hit with a sledgehammer in the head. I don't think that's how you enact change. That's how you enact terror. Ends don't justify the means. That is property damage and assault. Did this person die? Because then you can say there's manslaughter as indoctrinated as like there is. Where is the terror? Because like it happened in a public, in like a public realm, like anything is now terrorism when you use this logic. I'm struggling with this one, man. I'm really struggling with this one. Let's all hold hands then. I'm sure that will lead to revolutionary change. Interesting. With what intent? To stop these organizations from supplying arms to a rogue state. But like that means anything that is a form of aggression is intent to cause fear or terror. That's what I'm saying. You're opening up the window now for anyone with the intent to aggress someone else in the public forum as an act of terror. It's all terrorism then. It's all terrorism. If like I invade on your rights and your civil liberties by expressing my own, and you feel fearful because of that, or you feel encroached, then like that's terrorism. Through fear of damage. Yeah, fair enough. Through fear of anything. If I have someone encroach on my rights in the public sphere of my rights, my freedoms, then they're I could fear that and they're terrorizing me. Like the whole thing is open now. Like there's no real delineation. Any form of aggression is then terrorism. Like if you want to use that logic, then you're not wrong. But like, so everything is now an act of terror though. I didn't open that window. It is all terrorism under the laws. Not a huge fan of those laws, but yeah, that's why I look at it case by case. But it's not case by case. It's not. The state uses terrorism classifications for its own agendas. I thought we agreed on that. And so like, this is not as simple as that. They don't want the Palestinian Action Group to exist. And so it's very easy to classify something as a terrorist organization to be able to pull them in line. Yes, the intent is all that matters if you read the letter of the law. Well, apparently not with the new hate speech legislation, but I hear your point. So then if the intent is to cause any type of fear from your aggressive behavior, then you're a terrorist. I don't agree with those laws, and they're used to falsely classify, yes. So if you don't agree with those laws, then why are you not comfortable to say it's not terrorism then? Like, you can think, you can have your own opinions outside of what the law says. It's okay. I'll give you a freebie on this one. Not all laws are virtuous. I'd say a lot of them aren't. The law doesn't really define moral sentiments or what's right and wrong, I guess. I just defined terrorism. Yeah, but I'm not a lawmaker. I'm not a legislator. Remag again, the state has an overwhelming exclusive control of violence. Any violence from the masses is minuscule and also just a reaction against the state terrorism, whether in self-defense or in this case from preventing trade and shipping weapons to a genocidal state. At this point, I support non-state terrorism. Interesting. Dilemmas. Good people break bad laws. Deep state op. Am I being censored? You have to add the political motives. No, sorry, I'm not monitoring the chat. Sorry. Selling 22 years of Aussie gas equals no terror. Fear is emotional. People will trade their liberties for security. Because you have to say anyone behaving the same way isn't a terrorist either. Where do you draw the line personally? For me, it's violence. So any violence is terrorism. If you carry out a protest without violence, you're just like the suffragettes in the UK, undermining so much effort the suffragettes put in. MLK would roll in his grave. So any violence is terrorism then. That's fine. Like, if that's the standard, I'm just trying to see where the battle lines are being drawn here. Because then, like, from what we were talking about yesterday, then the state that shall not be named, that has defined its existence on nothing but violence, is a terrorist state. And all of the people that are in there benefiting off that state are implicated or accomplices in terrorism. Just so we're clear here. Because the state itself, like many states, I guess, in history, but like this state is unequivocally and well documented in its use of violence for its own existence. Not diplomacy, but violence. And so they are a terror state. So you must feel the same way in classifying the Palestinian Action Group as a terrorist organization. Then you must want to also classify the state that shall not be named as a terrorist organization. And so what we're talking about then is a clash between two terrorist organizations. Sure, I'll give you that one. So is every country in the world, though. Every military has done that. So are you and I then accomplices to the Australian terrorist state? Sound accurate? Yes, by your logic. Yes, that sounds accurate. By your logic. Any violence is terrorism. That's why we want to rally against it, because it's wrong. But you're down with that. Okay, if you're down with that. So now it's just a description then on which type of terrorist you want to support. Because everyone's a terrorist now. Because everyone's violent and founded in violence. So now you get to decide which type of terrorists are worth supporting. Just to be clear then, Israel isn't worse than any other country, assuming all countries were founded in the same way. not all countries were founded in the same way. There's a lot of diplomatic relations that have happened between countries and peoples and cultures. So yes, a lot of countries are founded in violence and thus terrorism, apparently. But not all countries use violence in the same way. But like, yes, if everyone's a terrorist now, by this logic, that's fine. Now you get to choose which terrorists are worse than others or worthy of support over others. And that's where we're at. Yes, every country was founded on stolen land and involved mass displacement, aka genocide. Were they? Every country? Really? I don't know about that. Pretty overarching statement there. Interesting. Terrorism is just a buzzword they use to scare people with memories of 9/11. Just like guns equals bad. Any chance to bring it up. The word has been terrorized by the threat of nuclear war for decades. The world, has been terrorized by the threat of nuclear war for decades. But that wouldn't be terrorism. No, because it's not violence. Unless you constitute the threat of violence to be a violent act, which is a legal definition of violence. But like, it really matters. Doesn't matter, I guess. Interesting. Yeah, even indigenous cultures occupied that land on top of Neanderthal skeletons. Yeah, in a particular context. In a European context, I guess. It's how humans have worked for thousands of years. Yes. But they also work through, we've had this conversation before. They work through competition, but they also work through cooperation. So it's not everything is written in blood. Not everything. You cannot tell me unequivocally that every single nation or territory that has been formed has always been done on the back of bloodshed and violence. You can't say that unequivocally. You cannot know the entirety of world history going back from the existence of Homo sapiens sapien. Trying to claim land at all, I think, is a problem. Yeah, fair enough. That's another conversation, though. Interesting. So, like I said, again, if we're going to go with your logic, then we're all terrorists. And so now you have to start thinking about which terrorists you like better than others, because there's a spectrum. I wouldn't try and say that. Okay, good. I think we're on the same page here. Kylie Wyote in the house. How you going? Whenever I come through here, I just feel my brain growing. You guys are so beyond me with understanding this stuff. Oh, come on. I know you'd have an opinion on this, though. Don't you reckon? Like, this is an interesting conversation. Kylie Wyote, tell me, what do you constitute as terrorism? Any act of violence? Like, everybody gets to have an opinion on this. This is the beauty of living in a free and open society. We all get to have opinions. But was that land theirs, even when it was empty? Da, 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 da. Hey, let's not change the conversation topic here. Now we're talking about land rights. And like, is it right? Can you even own anything, man? Hey, I like that. The hippie argument's so good. Can you really own stuff, man? I can. It's because I'm not a hippie. It's so good. Oh god, Futurama is so good. I wonder if I can find that. You can't own property, man. I want to try and find that actually. Tell me it's here, please. Yes. Yes. Fuck, I love Futurama.
Hey,
Hey, unless this is a nude love-in, get the hell off my property.
You can't own property, man.
I can, but that's because I'm not a penniless hippie.
What do you...
It's so good. Oh, man. I love it. You can't own property, man.
Unless this is a nude love-in, get the hell off my property.
You can't own property, man.
I can, but that's because I'm not a penniless hippie.
What do you people want?
So good. Oh, man. I mean, quantifying who's better or worse is pretty dangerous waters. Yeah, but like everyone's a terrorist now, so it doesn't matter. Of course you have to judge. If everyone is a terrorist now, there's a sliding scale on like who's more justifiable than others. Come on, man. If everyone's a terrorist, then everyone's equally okay. And so just like what? Excuse all behavior because everyone's terrorists? Do we judge the US worse because the terror it conducts is more widespread or prevalent, or is not real because it's current and intense? Yeah, we do. I judge it massively. Well, you don't judge the US because its style of terror is more intense than other people's terror? Like, if you don't, you probably should. Like, am I not getting you properly? Like, of course, if someone is more of a terrorist than somebody else, then I would judge them more than the other person. Like, they do worse atrocities, then I would judge them. Yeah, bloody oath. Just in case we're speculating on this one. New South Wales government condemns violent protesters for attacking policemen's fists with their ribs. Oh my god. So good. This is why we judge PDF files worse than self-defense murder. They're all terrorists, so we don't judge them because they're all terrorists. They're all equally terrorists. I've got to listen to the Bender thing that comes after this. Come on. He absolutely cooking today. No, it's just... These are very, very interesting and very important conversations to have. Seriously. Yeah, I'm done playing into straw manning and false analogies here. We're back at square one. Well, look. I've been trying to talk in good faith, man. I'm not straw manning anything. Like, tell me what I've straw manned. False analogies here? Like, you said that everything that is violent is terrorism. I'm just going off what you're saying. If it's difficult, I get it. These conversations, they're difficult topics.
We're with mankind for ethical animal treatment. Poplars are living creatures.
I don't think YouTube liked my comments about terrorism. I wouldn't suggest that you talk about this on YouTube, to be honest. Yeah, if you don't have this already, this is for you. Kylie Bioti. This is a link to Discord. This is a link to Discord. We have a censored comment section. Wait, it's over there. We have a section, comment section, censored comment section, and you can add stuff there. Please just don't bomb the YouTube chat. We'll be like, why won't they let me say terrorism? Because we get kicked off for that shit.
Creatures, you gotta stop harvesting them for food. Or what? Or we'll boycott Fishy Joe's.
You're vegetarians. Who cares what you do?
Shut up.
Animals eat other animals. It's nature.
No, it isn't. We taught a lion to eat tofu. The point is, you shouldn't eat things that feel pain.
Okay, we won't eat you.
I'll go get some more bricks.
It's the best part. Okay, we won't eat you. Oh god, it's so good. The point is, you shouldn't eat things that feel pain. If the answer is we don't need to come together and unite and go back to civil politics, I am going to slur. No, not really. Remag, what do you believe should be primary political action right now then? Man, the fucking chat is going crazy today. I was just trying to say the T word on YouTube, and these random guys in suits showed up at my door. Asking questions isn't spinning shit. I can't help it if your propaganda falls apart at the first why. Spanned on. Tega, no, not the poplars. So good. Oh yeah, I do need to hang out there more often. It's just if you're getting censored. Honestly, if you're getting censored, go over to the censored comments. Court's on break, so I'm here for a little, so I can get the context of the stream. Yeah, don't clip me, bro. Don't take us out of context, please. It's the Ho Chi Minh defense. Moobles, you have missed a crazy conversation. We are speaking about what defines terrorism, and so far we're at a point now where anything that is violent is technically terrorism. This is where we've gotten to at the moment. Does anyone have an opinion on that? Hey man, I'm happy to debate, but you're being reductive. I made an argument that committing violence in the course of action intended to terrorize is terrorism. Yeah, if you know the intent, and you don't, are you inside these people's heads? Just because the state has said that they're terrorists doesn't make it true. And we already covered that. You know that the state uses terrorism as part of their agenda. Intended to terrorize is terrorism to prove a point that the group's actions were terrorism in my eyes. In my eyes. Okay, instead of refuting or arguing, you reduce my argument to, well, forget about the group for a second. States commit violence. States commit violence. Aren't all states terrorists then? Okay, I'll agree, but that's not the topic or my point. You didn't engage properly or in good faith. All right, well, let's talk about your point then. Here it is. I made an argument that committing violence in the course of action intended to terrorize is terrorism. All right. If you can prove that these people were trying to terrorize, which is the point of contention here, your definition of terrorism is violence, any form of violence. And like, that is not what I consider to be terrorism, someone who's being violent. Now, if the state has come down and just said that these people were terrorists and that makes them terrorists, I would argue with you that that's not fair. That's just the state being the state. So they didn't state their actions were intended to cause change. How was their intent without being terrorism? Well, so the only way to cause change is through fear and terror. I'm really trying. I'm not following this, honestly. You said the thing that classified this as terrorism was not the property damage, but they hit someone with a sledgehammer. And so the violence proves the terrorism. And if it's the violence that proves the terrorism, it's not really the intent, it's just the violence. I don't think that's bad faith, actually. I think that's not bad faith at all. Now we're back to the intent. So the sledgehammer thing doesn't matter. The intent is change. And I don't think change really is linked to terrorism. They went there with the intent to cause harm and the damage. Two things which have existed that can exist outside of a classification of terrorism. Unless we go with your definition, which is terrorism is anything that's violent. And so, like, it's not bad faith going with that. It's not just the violence. The bad faith part was conflating it with state violence. No, but that's why do you have to, why? You're talking about an organization, the Palestinian Action Group, an organization, a community, a group, a structured coming together of humans. Why can you not see that the state is a similar thing? It might be way more complex, it might be massive, but it is an organization. That's all it is, really. It's an organization with some legal boundaries. That's not a straw man. That's not a straw man at all. You just don't like conflating the state with an organization on the scale of the Palestinian Action Group. Then if you don't agree with it, that's fine, but that doesn't make it a straw man. You don't have to agree with it. That's okay. I had a jostle this morning. Felt like a war. My bumhole feels terrorized. My bowel movement committed violence against it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I'm happy to say the state can be classified the same, but what point is that proving in the argument? Nothing. It's nothing, but you brought up and you said that violence constitutes terrorism. So, like, if you're going to apply it to one organization, that classification, you can apply it to another organization who really, I think you could make a better case to show that their intent has thus been to terrorize. It's much harder to make the case that the Palestinian Action Group here, their intent was to terrorize. I think it's much harder to make that case. So they're both terrorists now? Cool. Yeah, well, fine. And now, like I said, now if they're both terrorists, let's decide who's a more egregious terrorist. I'm fine with that. If you want to go there, let's just call them all terrorists. I'm really okay with that. Let's call the Palestinian Action Group terrorists, and let's call the state who shall not be named terrorists. Have we solved anything? Have we come to a conclusion? That feels cheap to me. I don't know if we can come to a conclusion, but we're having a good discussion though. Have we solved anything? No. I don't think we are going to solve anything on this one. But like, if we're going to go with the logic that the Palestinian Action Group is a terrorist outfit, then another organization that you can probably draw better conclusions about their intent and use of violence, they're definitely a terrorist organization. They're nothing but a terrorist organization then. And they're a well-funded, well-supported, organized terrorist organization. And so, like, you know, fine. Let's go with the Palestinian group being a terrorist group. Like, it opens the door. It opens the door. Calzone, yeah, violence obviously isn't inherently terrorism. That's why they're different words. I know. This debate is highly entertaining. It's a difficult conversation. It is. If you define a little baby as a terrorist, a big adult is a mega terrorist. I think the waters here are too murky to solve anything. Yeah, well, definitely, I don't think we're going to solve anything. But like, still worth having the discussion. What do we say for us? The marketplace of ideas. That's what Turning Point USA would want us to say. It's the marketplace of ideas. The mega evolution is trans Tifa. I don't know if Mubbles, am I saying it right? Is it Mubbles or Moobles? Mubbles. I'm going to go with Mubbles. I don't know if Mubbles is here for trans Tifa. You mean we aren't going to solve a complex issue in a single stream? Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, Bubbles with an M. Okay, it's Mubbles. Got it. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, okay, everyone's a terrorist. Do you condone violence from one terrorist to another? Should we not judge the smaller groups because there's bigger ones? No, I'm not actually saying that. Honestly, okay, let's classify Palestinian Action Group as a terrorist organization, which means we question their legitimacy. All right, let's classify the state who shall not be named as a terrorist organization and question their legitimacy. It's fine. It's just as long as we are applying standards here across the board. That's fine. I get it. I get it. Terrorism is just violence the government wants to use for their benefit. Poor choice of words. Yes, use/weaponize, right? Marketplace of ideas. Let's go. Yeah. Like, if we should ignore the violence of this group compared to the massive amount of violence of Israel, then why ignore Israel's tiny amount of violence in comparison to the US or China? Slippery slope. You know, I would really, I don't excuse the violence of the US. I don't know if you've been paying attention when we've been streaming together for months now, but like, no, I don't excuse the violence of the US. And like, I don't know if you can really say that there's the violence of China is on actually the same level as is not rail. Like, you'd actually, like, how would you actually provide any evidence to suggest that China's is larger? I don't excuse violence, period. Okay, fair enough. Good. And like, violence is obviously the thing that causes you to think that a group has no legitimacy. And so let us question the legitimacy of all of these crazy ass organizations, right? Am I right? Am I right? Depending on semantics, even groups or individuals that non-violently oppose the status quo can be considered terrorists. At that point, maybe you should ask if they are terrorists. Ask if they are right. Well, that was kind of what I was saying before. Like, if everyone's a terrorist, then we just got to decide individually or a collective. It's up to you. I don't give a shit. You just decide what terrorists you support and what terrorists you don't. Where you draw the line and say, this one is just too much for me. You've done way too much. And this one is just like, well, look, I guess I can empathize with your position and why you resorted to violence. No, sorry, why you resorted to terrorism in this case. I see. The example, but you just made a blanket claim that Israel's violence is tiny compared to China, when China's is very slow and systematic and Israel's is blowing shit up. What the fuck? Yeah. That one atrocity alone has caused more deaths and suffering than all of Israel's actions in the last 5 years, arguably. Well, like, is forced labor violence now? I thought violence is violence. Because if we were going to go down the route of forced labor is violence, then I would argue that the entire capitalist system, which forces people into wage slavery, is a system of violence and terrorism then. Yeah, but China's is larger, has more influence and cause more damage to more people. Just because they do it slowly doesn't make it bad. Interesting. Ooh, we're covering some crazy territory now. We're moving around. Where do we say it's not bad? It's a fair point. This guy is something else. Oh, we're just traversing a lot of crazy territory here. So, say the police will use violence if people protest. Is that terrorism? Ha! Well, it depends though, isn't it? Because like when the police use violence, because they have the monopoly on violence, they're using force. They never call it violence. They say the police have to use necessary force. And so if the police aren't technically using violence, they're using force because they're legally allowed to do it and they have the monopoly on violence, then unless you constitute that force as violence, which they don't, then it's not terrorism by this definition that we're running with at the moment, because terrorism is violence. Even your parents grounding you is terrorism. Because they have a monopoly over the use of force over their children. Oh, man. It's funny. It's just scale. We're splitting hairs based on size now. It's all bad, right? Unless you want to try and excuse someone's violence. No. Let's not go there. But yeah, you're right. It's scale. It's scale. And I would say that in the grand scheme of who the Palestinian Action Group is actually opposing, if you want to talk about scale, then the Palestinian Action Group doesn't exist in a vacuum. They didn't just wake up one day and be like, you know what, let's fight for the liberation of the Palestinians. And the Palestinians are just like, wait, what? What are you talking about? We don't need liberation. Like, they don't exist in a vacuum. And so if you want to talk about scale, look at what they are opposing. And what they are opposing is something, a terrorist organization that far outsizes them in terms of scale of the use of violence. Just pointing out Palestine Action aren't good guys. Fine. Fine. If that's your opinion, that's fine. I got it. Got it. I can see that. Even the cops didn't name specific violent acts. Remembering, they just jostled. Oh my god! I think that's gonna be the word of the stream now. It's either context or jostled. It's either those two. I think we're gonna go with jostled today. It's up there with jerk circle. That's for sure. It's definitely up there. And yeah, I'll agree with that. They only exist as a response to violence. But they are good and bad. There are good and bad ways to respond to violence. I like Milk's response approach or non-violence. MLK, is that what you mean? I understand everyone doesn't feel the same though. Yeah, fair enough. Jostling jerk circle of context. Jordan likes a good jostle. There we go. Jordan loves a good jostle. Oh man, that's fucking hilarious. All right, we're gonna have a quick break, and then we're gonna get back to the conversation. Very interesting territory we covered today, and all we've talked about is fucking Sydney and Herzog. Fucking Herzog. Yeah, anyway, quick break. Don't go anywhere. Keep yourself strapped in. We'll be back. That's so good. Who is this? Who's Wookiees? Wookie Z. Taking a break just as I go on my lunch break too is terrorism. Oh man, that's hilarious. Where are you from? Have you been on this chat before? Let me know. Wookie Z. Yeah, I know. Arvo good ease. Aha, Woozle in the house. How you going? I apologize for going on a quick break as you were starting your lunch break. Apologies. Damn it, I want the coverage of the Portuguese socialists winning. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. We're gonna change topics. I've been on this topic for too long now. I do apologize. I wonder what Spandonk would think about the intersectional coalition of the global South communist jihadists. Have you got that written down somewhere? Because I can never remember it. I'm so glad you can remember this. There you go. We got Jerk Circle. We got Context. We got Jostle. And we got the intersectional coalition of global South communist jihadists, and we had Trans Tifa as well. I started watching a week plus ago. Get to enjoy during work, mostly quiet though. Nice, welcome formally, welcome or officially to the chat. You have, okay, sorry, apologies. Oh, it's good to have you. I make notes of the good ones. Thank you. It's a fucking public service, I'm telling you. Someone's gonna keep these notes. Oh man, so good. All right, we got to get onto this fucking socialist. Did you know that an evil socialist has won in Portugal? Let's check this out. I was interested to check this out as well, 4AS. So let's do this. Gonna move. I'm running out of time here. Oh, let's have a look. You can't own property, man. I can. Because I'm not a hippie. Portugal elects Socialist Party Seguro as president in landslide. I just want to time skip to when we're all Earth versus space. Yeah. Yeah, there'd be some solidarity there, eh? We need a whiteboard behind E where you can keep a list of favorite words. Oh, that's a fucking fantastic idea. Eh? Is this the vegan lion? Yeah, that was the vegan lion. We taught a lion to eat tofu. That's a really good idea, actually. I need a fucking whiteboard. I'm putting it on the fucking whiteboard, right? You're all in trouble. I'm putting it on the whiteboard. All right, let's go. The board can be the factor of context. It's a factor. It's a fact. Yeah, it's a factor is another good one. And it's capitalism, baby.
A landslide win for veteran socialist politician Antonio José Seguro, Portugal's newly elected president. In a speech to supporters, he said it was a victory for democracy.
O presidente de todos.
I'll be the president for all Portuguese people, of those who voted for me, of those who chose someone else, of everyone who voted or did not vote, all of them equally.
Seguro's campaign had convinced some, but nearly half of eligible voters abstained.
Collect all the buzzwords, and at the end of the year, do a buzzword tier list. Portugal. US invasion incoming. Oh my god. So good. Yes. What? They got socialism? It's time to bring them some freedom.
And some only backed the socialist because they didn't want his far-right rival, André Ventura, to win. The Chega Party leader ran on an anti-immigration, anti-establishment platform. Despite the outcome of the vote, the mood at his election headquarters was buoyant.
For
Ventura is framing the result of this election not as a defeat, but as a sign of momentum for his party.
We managed to tell the Portuguese people that for the first time in 50 years, there was a real alternative.
Ventura's political rise has been rapid. In less than a decade, Chega has grown into the main opposition force in Parliament. His supporters say they are optimistic for the future.
André Ventura will be the next Prime Minister of Portugal. He's the hope of Portugal. He's the hope of my country.
Portugal's presidency is largely ceremonial, but it has influence. Seguro will want to help ease social tensions over the cost of living and jobs, but his greater challenge may be trying to stop the swelling populist wave. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Lisbon.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture.
Yeah, there you go. So, like, what makes this guy a socialist, do you reckon? Hey? It's when the government does stuff. Here's a snapshot of the key policies and priorities of Antonio José Seguro, the newly elected socialist centre-left president. See, so good socialists these days are just like a little bit more lefty centrists. It's crazy, man. Time to bring freedom to Portugal. We can set up a Google Doc. Time for some freedom seeds and democracy clouds. Call it buzzword brawl. We must have the promise fast and free buses. That's what makes him a socialist. Yes. Jordan's off. See you later, man. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for hanging. Unity, moderation, and democratic defense. Seguro campaign as a moderate consensus builder on reconciliation and defending democratic norms. He emphasized rejecting polarizing extreme rhetoric. Hey, you're a socialist. You're extreme. Has repeatedly argued for a new political culture in Portugal that moves beyond trenches and partisan conflict towards cooperation. Healthcare reform, and one of Seguro's, how do I say that? Seguro's first stated priorities as president is to push for a health pact to improve access and reduce waiting times in the Portuguese national health system. He wants to convene political and professional stakeholders early in his team to shape practical health reforms, housing affordability, and cost of living issues. In his campaign, he stressed the need to address housing and living standards, noting many young families struggle to afford rent or buy homes. Fair enough. Yeah, apparently he's a Dem sock. Ah, okay. And yeah, socialists, Dem sock, they're all the same. It's when they want the government to do stuff, right? I like it when people have everything they need to survive. Extremist. Extremist. Yeah, I know, right? It's pretty fucking extreme. Waiting for Trump to tweet at Grok, does Portugal have any oil? So good. European integration. Seguro. Seguro. Let's give it that. Seguro has long signaled that keeping Portugal firmly in the EU and Eurozone is vital for stability and growth. I don't know. It just sounds like generally lefty kind of policies. Not so socialist, I guess. Whatever. Segua? Is that how you say it? Segua? Segua? He plans to convene a dedicated Council of State session on defense and security, arguing that strengthening Portugal's security in an uncertain world is discussing crime-related issues. There you go. No, I'm just being a meme. Okay. I'm telling you, people, the world revolves around the sun. Burn him. Transparency and good governance. It's just like, yeah, doing government well is socialism. No, that's pretty disappointing. That we had like a potential let's nationalize everything and seize the means of production kind of situation happening here. Maybe not. Maybe not. Portuguese election explained. EU made simple. All right, let's get an explainer from EU made simple. Man who has nothing wrong with him equals socialist. He dips his toe into socialism.
Portugal has just gone to the polls for the second round of the presidential election. And that alone is pretty unusual, as this is only the second time since the 1974 Carnation Revolution that Portugal has needed...
What's the Carnation Revolution? Is that when they brought the socialists in? And they actually had a socialist government? What was the Carnation Revolution in Portugal? Very brief response, please. For us, I remember David Harvey speaking about it. It was mostly a bloodless military coup, 25th of April 1975, that overthrew the Portuguese decades-long authoritarian dictatorship. It ended up censorship and political repression, led to democracy, decolonization of the African colonies, and named after civilians, placing carnations in soldiers' rifles. There you go. Spicy capitalism. Right, let's do this.
A runoff. The last time was all the way in 1986. But do these elections even matter? Well, the Portuguese presidency is mostly ceremonial, but it's not powerless. The president can veto laws, dissolve the parliament in political crisis, and plays a very important stabilizing role in the system. And we've seen those powers used very recently. For example, President Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa repeatedly vetoed euthanasia legislation passed by the parliament, forcing lawmakers to rewrite the law multiple times before it could finally enter into force. And after the Antonio Costa scandal, when the prime minister resigned over a corruption scandal involving the people around him, Marcelo went even further, dissolving the entire parliament altogether and calling snap.
Could you imagine if that happened in other political systems as well, when somebody is found out of like corruption or something scandalous like that? Like, I don't know, we're just picking something randomly here, like the E-files. Something scandalous like that. Imagine if other politicians were held accountable. I know they're doing some stuff in Britain at the moment, in the UK, but imagine if in the US they were holding any of their politicians accountable that were embroiled in those scandals. That would be interesting. You giving them too much credence again. It's not socialism equals government does stuff. It's socialism when government does stuff they didn't get my personal approval for. Honestly, if one is corrupt, that kind of corrupts everything of merit in that government of the day. Especially, I guess, if it's a leader of a party too, right?
Elections. And it's worth stressing, he didn't have to do that. Marcelo could have simply appointed another prime minister and allowed the legislature to continue. But instead, he sent the country back to the polls. And this decision shows that in moments of crisis, the Portuguese president can actively shape how political crises end. So, on to the presidential election. 3 weeks ago, Portugal held its first round of its presidential election with 5 main contenders. First place went to Antonio José Seguro, backed by the Socialist Party, who won 31.1% of the vote, outperforming most polls. He ran as a moderate centrist socialist, benefiting from the absence of a strong left-wing alternative.
What the fuck does that mean? A moderate centrist socialist? Is that what I just heard? Am I hearing things right?
And successfully consolidating the center-left vote behind him. In second place came André Ventura, leader of the far-right Chega. And with 23.5%, he had an incredible result that once again confirms Chega as a major force in Portuguese politics. Third place was taken by João Coutrinho de Figueiredo from the Liberal Initiative, who also delivered a very strong performance. They almost tripled their previous national results and pulled a lot of support from the traditional center-right. And in fourth place came Henrique Gouveia e Melo, running as an independent, who attracted a sizable share of center-right and protest voters. And then, in fifth place, came Luís Marques Mendes, the PSD-backed candidate with just 11% of the vote. That's a historically poor result for the government-endorsed candidate. Just look at the Portuguese parliament. The PSD has the most seats, yet in the presidential election, its endorsed candidate finished behind every major contender. So, what happens next? Because no candidate crossed the 50% threshold, the top two advanced to a second round, the runoff, sending Portuguese voters back to the polls once again. And that happened this Sunday, where the socialist Antonio José Seguro faced off against the far-right candidate André Ventura. And Antonio José Seguro won by a landslide. He secured more than 65% of the vote, leaving no doubt about the outcome. And that makes him the new president of...
Okay, so that's what... Because I've heard some commentary about this, and like people are speaking in the sense of, oh, this guy got in not because of his own merits, but because people were worried about voting for the far right candidate. And so like people weren't overwhelmingly, like it's not a vindication of socialism or something like that. And people want a socialist in charge of the country. Like in the initial round, 30% of people voted for him, which is not, I guess, bad in the context of the others, the other four runners. But like it wasn't an overwhelming mandate to bring in socialism as much as it was like, okay, it's down to these two guys, and everybody who definitely doesn't want the MAGA version, like Portuguese MAGA, then they voted for our mate Seguro over there. So it's not so much about a turn towards socialism as such. So maybe, all I'm saying is maybe the Americans don't need to find any oil in Portugal anytime soon and bring them some democracy and freedom. Because like, it's not an overwhelming vote for socialism. It's kind of just, do we want MAGA politics in Portugal? Ooh, it's the knockout round. Yeah, I know, right? And the knockout round to see who becomes the champion. I mean, we're doing this now. We don't want to vote for ALP, LNP. So now people are running to One Nation without caring. And even the Greens without caring should be doing independents and minor parties. Sounds like our election. Albo won because Dutton and the Liberals were so terrible. Yeah, that's a fair point. Like, there was a lot of people that were like, no, thank you for Dutton. And like, hey, can I use, if I can use the C word, there were a lot of people in the context of what was happening at the start of Trump's term, second time around, people were pretty terrified about bringing in Timu Trump and supporting Dutton, the police officer, the ex-police officer version of Trump. They were terrified of what that would look like. So it didn't help Dutton at all. History is parallel. Context.
Portugal. Congratulations, Antonio. So, what does it actually mean for Portugal, though? In one word, it means stability. Antonio José Seguro has been very clear about the role he wants to play. He says he is not there to act as an opponent to the PSD-led government, which currently governs as a minority, but to serve the people, the country as a whole. And that kind of matters, because this outcome would have looked very different if André Ventura had won. A Ventura presidency would almost certainly have turned the presidency into a political weapon, a platform to boost Chega's power, escalate confrontation with the government, and inject far more uncertainty into Portuguese politics.
What's the subsidizing comment? Is somebody doing something on Twitch? Jag, give the T1 some to Mubbles. You legend. Thank you, Jag. Hey, that's socialism, baby. Yes. Seizing the means of streaming. You take that ownership. You run with it. Thank you, Jag. You legend. Thank you very much. Legend.
And he could do this through the aggressive use of the presidential veto and potentially even a dissolution of the parliament. But while the presidency now looks settled, this election also exposes a deeper problem, especially for the PSD. The party suffered a crushing defeat in the first round, despite leading the current government. And that raises a bigger question. Who is actually Portugal's political frontrunner right now? And the answer is, no one really knows. The center-right looks fragmented. The far-right has a solid base, but seems to have a clear ceiling. And while the socialists won the presidency, they performed poorly in the last parliamentary election. And that uncertainty is likely to define Portuguese politics long after this election is over. As for the European Union, which is what we of course care about, this election doesn't really change a lot.
Oh no, gay space streamers? Gotta watch out for them. Trump didn't factor in for me. It was like choosing between a solid turd and a runny turd with Albo and Lord Voldemort. Fair enough.
The Portuguese president does not sit within the European Council. That's the Prime Minister instead, Luís Montenegro, meaning that day-to-day EU decision-making remains largely the same. That said though, this result might matter to socialists across Europe, as Seguro's victory might be seen as a symbolic win and boost confidence at a time when center-left parties have been losing ground in several EU countries over the last couple of years. Anyway, thank you so much for watching.
So do you reckon they call them center left because like the far left is a thing now? Like, I really, like, tell me if you've heard anything different, but like, I've never heard anyone talk about the far left before until this second Trump term. There really wasn't a far left at all. Like, I've heard of far right or alt right and all that type of stuff, but like, I've never heard people use the term far right, far left until, Trump term number 2. And now, like, so a socialist, because like, they're like, oh, they're not extreme. Like, they're not bringing communism. They just want good governance. And so a socialist who just like does government, wants to do good government and invest in like social programs or something like healthcare, something scary like that. That makes them center left now. Because like if they're like socialists used to be like far left, I guess you would say. Because like all they cared were about bringing in policies for the working class and structuring a society that works for workers and working people. So like socialists are centrists now, or just off center left. Because you can't classify them as far left because they're not Antifa, eh? Who would have thought? Those evil Antifa types. Same. I reckon they're saying that to make it clear they are an establishment party. Yeah, they're like kosher, right? Like, look, they might be socialists, but like all they care about is some good governance, right? I would assume so. I think the whole Tyler Robinson thing kicked it off. Even the start of his term, it wasn't thrown around. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Like, I honestly can't really remember far left being used before. Yeah, I'm more socialist and view myself as more centrist than left and right. Far left is like 200 years old as a term. Is it? Like, I haven't heard people use it before. It used to just be left. If you were left, you believed in the working class movement. That was always what left meant. And now you have, far left, people that are, like Antifa, or people that are Marxists and communists because they are anti-capitalist. That's far left. That's extreme. Being anti-capitalist is extreme. It seems to me that before Trump, far left was used in a matter of fact way, whereas after Trump, far left is essentially a pejorative that discredits anyone. Yeah, okay, that's a fair call, actually. It was kind of like where you sit on the left spectrum, and now it's just like, get him. They're far left. I personally stopped bothering to engage with those labels at all, and instead I get satisfied by their opinions over a couple of categories. You've never had a drunk uncle call you far left? Fucking greenie. Yeah, for a while there it was oversimplified. I was hearing far left during COVID and a bit before then. Okay, definitely changed. Your algorithm has been tricking you, E. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Far left, evil bastards, wanting to get rid of capitalism, wanting to stop fascists. Eh? If only they knew that the entire world was far left by that measure at the end of World War II. Everyone kind of agreed to keep the fascists away. Now that's far left extremism. The far left, I guess you're saying, the far left kept forcing people to wear masks during COVID. I don't know if that was the far left. I guess it depends on your definition of far left. The communists were out there forcing people to wear masks. But at the end of the day, how people apply these labels and why is always going to change. I respect the people who at least use a spectrum. Yes. Yeah. Especially in the Trump 2.0 era. Like, this type of stuff is very purposeful. Like talking about the far left. Another enemy to attack. Another entity to fear, I guess. 4AS, I had someone crash out on me, even though we were ultimately... Oh, wait, you said something else. Yeah, establishment parties and their obsession with labels gets old pretty quickly. I had someone crash out on me, even though we ultimately had the same opinion. I just worded it differently, and they were slinging random isms without justifying it. I just stared at my screen blankly. I'm autistic, it's all spectrum to me. In the face of disambiguity, a spectrum at least gives perspective regardless of what you call it. Yeah, fair enough. It's pretty low stuff we're getting in the West about this. It's just like, oh yeah, by the way, they got a new president. And they're a socialist. Alright, next. They get a lot. Oh wait, from Australia, congratulations, wonderful news. Who's this? Aussie Ashley. Far-right extremists are a threat to world peace.
Announced, Portuguese flags waved and supporters cheered. Antonio José Seguro, center-left candidate, managed to block the far-right's path to power. And on March 9th, he will be Portugal's president for the next 5 years. In his victory speech, he conveyed a message of unity.
This victory is not mine, it is ours. It belongs to every person who believed in and has hope for a better country, a modern and just Portugal, where we are all equal in our needs and different in our freedoms, a country that moves forward without leaving anyone behind.
He also addressed his opponent.
As future President of the Republic, I would add that as of tonight we are no longer opponents and now have a shared duty to work towards a more developed and fairer Portugal.
The former minister managed to unite the far left and the moderate right. A socialist who believes in a modern, moderate left, he has consistently presented himself as a unifier, also warning against the nightmare that would await Portugal if his opponent André Ventura were elected. From his Lisbon headquarters, the far-right candidate conceded defeat and also highlighted the rapid rise of his anti-immigration party, Chega, or Enough, which qualified for the second round for the...
Well, the direct translation of Chega is enough. But the entire party is built on the idea of that's enough. That's enough. Stop it. Ventura Highway is a good song. Interesting. French Revolution was left and Russian Revolution was far left, according to AI. Yeah, and I mean the biggest revolutionary and violent protests have always been far left. AI nailed it. These pesky far-right extremists wanting individual rights and accountability. No, they've had enough. That's what they want. They've had enough. I guess enough immigration. What's the name of the party? How do you say it properly? Chegra? Was it?
His anti-immigration party, Chega, or...
Chega. Far-right opposition presidential candidate in the very recent Portugal presidential election. What party is he from? And what is the direct translation of the party name into English? Very brief response, please. The Chega party. Chega literally translates into English as enough, reflecting the party's protest, anti-establishment branding. Very briefly, what does enough actually mean? Very briefly, what does enough mean in this context? Enough of what, specifically? Enough of corruption, mainstream parties, immigration policies, welfare dependency. Gotta go after those fucking welfare bludgers. And what party frames as elite privilege and crime. There it is. There's some good, like, modern MAGA politics, right? Crime, immigration, welfare, fucking leeches. Mainstream parties, we're not mainstream, and we're going to bring down the elites and their privilege. See, if only the far left actually had some people that cared about populism, like proper popular stuff. Like, yes, the elites exist and their privileges are real, and so, like, let's fight for working people. Like, bring it back to real populism. Okay? That was so based of a list until it hit welfare. We can't just vote our way out of this, Spandon. Enough of the uni party, but the moderate left one sounds like us, says you. So what do you propose? Violence over politics? And we're back to the philosophical discussion. Politics is violence.
And also highlighted the rapid rise of his anti-immigration party, Chega, or Enough, which qualified for the second round for the very first time this election.
Even though we did not win this presidential election, it is fair to say that the Portuguese people have placed us on the path to governing this country.
In Portugal, which has a semi-presidential governing system, the president can dissolve parliament and call early elections, but has a largely ceremonial role. Antonio José Seguro will have to work with the conservative prime minister, Luis Montenegro, who refused to endorse either presidential hopeful in the second round after his party's candidate was eliminated. He has promised to work in a spirit of convergence with the new head of state.
Interesting. Hope Europe is waking up from this far-right madness. Well, apparently not. He was the second candidate, and apparently winning ground to down with the far-right, stop American far-right influence in Europe. And he won by a lot, an awful lot. Congratulations. What are we listening to? What lefty rubbish is this? France 24 English. They saw Trump and said, that we don't want far right. I'm serious. See, like, this is not a bad observation here. The Trumpian age is having an effect on politics. I think it had an effect in Australia's election last year. It must be having an effect here. People are looking at their Trump-like MAGA politicians and are like, do we want what Trump's doing there? Do I want ICE raids here? I don't know. I like my fascism inverted. So I don't know what's happening. And behind closed doors. I don't like it so overt and in your face. 100% it was a combo of Trumpy boy and Dutton having such terrible election campaigns. It's a factor. It's a factor. It's over for Portugal. Yes, they brought in the socialists. That's it. It's over, all right. Hey? Trump's going to be in there blockading their country in no time, send in Delta Force and take them out. Seguro is gone, bro. Delta Force is coming for you, man. Delta Force is coming to get you. Interesting. All right, there's a few world elections we got to cover today. So, like, let's do this. Okay. Thailand have been having elections. I wonder if this has affected our friend Brian at the New Atlas. I'm pretty sure he lives in Thailand. I wonder if he's going to talk about this. So Thai have gone the opposite direction. Like, they've gone conservative. Now, it's interesting in the context that, and I think this is a factor. Thailand have been having the border disputes with Cambodia recently. They've been fighting along the border. And so, like, you know, in the face of some type of military threat, people tend to go conservative because they associate. And it is a thing by association. I don't know if it's evidently true or not, but by association, they feel conservatives as a safer option. I guess given the rhetoric. But yeah, Thailand has brought in or kept, there was a caretaker relationship going on or leadership happening in Thailand recently. And so they've had elections to sort that shit out. And the incumbent caretaker, Prime Minister, is back. I don't think it's very conclusive or substantial, but they're back. Trump was a Democrat. He's not right-wing. He's a New York developer. I think we need to be better. If you expect people to follow you just because you're not violent, like the state, then being violent probably isn't good. Isn't a good start, right? Operative word dilemmas was Trump is a Republican. He's elected Republican. When is it the Republicans' fault? It's a fair call. How do you respond to that one, dilemmas? Based Thailand, people who own property go right wing. People who don't go left. A generalization, sure, but it's a factor. I don't know if it is in this case. I think there's another discrepancy or a dichotomy that happens in modern politics, and it's actually the region versus the city, actually. And the region is conservative and the city is progressive, let's say. And I think that's what's happened here. Like, Bangkok and like really heavily populated urban areas in Thailand were all voting for the Progressive People's Party in this case. And it was the regions that have delivered the victory for this conservative Thai party. I know what you're saying, like, in terms of property relations and all that sort of stuff, but like, it seems to be like regional versus city split here. Dems and Republicans are the same thing. It's all political theater, baby. MLK was not non-violent, LOL. That's such a bullshit narrative. Stop appropriating MLK. Let's have a listen.
In Thailand, the ruling Conservative Prime Minister has claimed victory in the general election in what's seen as a stunning turnaround. The vote was sparked after Anutin Charnvirakul's minority government was threatened with a no-confidence vote. Now his party is set to double its number of seats in Parliament, and that'll help in forming a new coalition and bringing about political stability. The Progressive People's Party, which led pre-election polls, is projected to come in second.
An unexpected victory for Thailand's conservative prime minister. He staked his election campaign on nationalism, and it paid off.
At this moment, our people have given us more than what we expected this morning. So we owe our voters a fortune.
Sounds like
Nationalism is
they weren't very confident on winning this one, or not by a good margin. They're a bit surprised. South Korea showed how to protect a democracy. And okay, sorry, I mentioned MLK. It's only because I'm venerating his approach, not appropriating, but okay. He was non-violent. What the fuck are you talking about? MLK would not have succeeded if not for parallel movements, which were definitely not non-violent, i.e. Malcolm X. Protests always carry some violence. Even MLK's. It's definitely not a lot. It's definitely a lot of rural versus city. Typically the city trying to tell the rural how to live while having no idea what it's like to live rural. It's an interesting dichotomy that you've selected there, dilemmas. Yeah. Why wouldn't you? You could also say it's like typically then rural people using their electoral dominance, like in the sense that there's less people in rural areas, but they have more power because they have more seats technically, so more representation. Using the power of representation to dictate what happens in the cities. It's interesting. You can look at it both ways. MLK was not single-handedly the civil rights movement. Also, Malcolm greater than MLK. So you think that violent movements were necessary during the civil rights movement? Nationalism isn't a dirty word. Yeah, well, we talked about this yesterday. It's not particularly a dirty word, but I think it definitely has its problems in a modern context, in a global world economy. Malcolm X had some good ideas, but the way he did things, yeah, that was horrible. He was a piece of shit. Militant racism. Where does the Weather Underground fit into that? I haven't looked into it. Spendonk, why would the state, with all its military and police power, capitulate to the masses without the masses generating a real threat to their dominance? Do you think change comes from the state being nice and merely being convinced by peaceful movements? Malcolm's idea was that if black people don't attain civil rights peacefully, then they will fight for their rights. If that's militant racism to you, then I don't know what to tell you. Back to Thailand. There's a big debate section going on in the stream chat today. It's been debates going on for hours now.
In the heart of everybody's fortune. Nationalism is in the heart of everybody in Punjai Thai Party.
Thailand has been swept by a wave of nationalism in the wake of a fierce border conflict with Cambodia last year. Anutin saw the opportunity to ride that wave to power, calling snap elections after less than 100 days in office. And while his party, Bhumjam Thai, did come out on top, it won't score a majority outright. His opponent from the Progressive People's Party conceded defeat, but also refused to form a coalition with the Conservatives.
I have to say that if the Conservative Bhumjai Thai, as the main party...
Dude, how young is this guy? What the fuck? Seriously, and he's the leader of a political party that's jostling for power with the main Conservative Party? That's crazy.
...can form a government, then we are ready to be in the opposition. As I've said before, I cannot support Bhumjai Thai's candidate.
If Anutin does
In the same way, terrorism and nationalism has been co-opted to push an agenda, depending on who's in power, left or right. But like nationalism isn't doing badly at the moment. Dilemmas. I think nationalism is doing very well for itself. It's getting heaps of wins on the board. People are really nationalistic these days. I don't think it's as poorly frowned upon or as frowned upon as you think it is. It's winning elections. That's what we're talking about here. It's winning. Terrorism, though, I don't think anyone can win on terrorism. I am a terrorist. I support terrorism.
ultimately form the next government, he will have to tackle a struggling economy as well as a precarious geopolitical landscape.
And our Asia Pacific Bureau Chief Georg Mattes joins us now from Bangkok. Georg, this is the first decisive victory in years for the Prime Minister and his ruling conservative Bumjai Thai party. How are people reacting to this there?
Terry, it really depends who you're talking to. I'm now in the center of Bangkok. Bangkok was taken in this election in an orange wave. It's all of the constituencies went into the hands of the People's Party, the Progressive Democratic Party that came up second in this race and is not getting into the seat of power as things are currently looking. And so obviously voters here this morning, people I talked to are rather disappointed. If you look more into the northeast of Thailand, for instance, where the Bumjai Thai party with Anutin Chanvirakul was campaigning very strongly, where you have that conflict with Cambodia going, people are overjoyed to see a government of their taste, a conservative government, a nationalist government, and what they say will be a strong government for Thailand.
What were some of the promises that Prime Minister Anutin has made that garnered so many votes, Georg?
Well, I talked to the foreign minister of Thailand, who is from that party, and he said to me a key thing for them is the economy and also the fact that they have the people, they have the personnel. And the People's Party is a party, the competitor in this race is a party that has only been in the opposition. So clearly that is something, the economy is something where they really registered strongly with voters. And then, of course, you have that conflict with Cambodia, where you can have long arguments whether it's a necessary conflict, who started it first. Reality is that hundreds of thousands of people had to be evacuated from the border because of Cambodian shelling. And so these people have voted in favor of a nationalist party that has promised them security.
Well, Thailand has overwhelmed.
Security, especially in the face of like conflict on your borders, right? Hey, that's some good conservative politics. I will make you feel safer. Oh, fuck. I live near that conflict. I want to feel safe too. Hey, that's how you do politics. I do love looking at political ads from other countries, the format, colors, etc., the complete differences in the final for print designs. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Hey, when you're not accustomed to somebody else's culture war, or to a particular type of culture war, it's all like, oh, wow, look at the flashy colors. Hey, I wonder why they do that type of slogan and they draw things like this. Look at their cheesy grins and their interesting profile pictures and stuff.
Overwhelmingly voted in favor of a referendum calling for a new constitution. What changes do people want to...
Vote right for security, vote left for services. Elections, Salvador comes to mind. It's safer than Switzerland now. Or Sweden. I mix them up. They all look alike. And like what measure of safety? What's the measure of safety? I'm not racist, I'm a bigot, I hate everyone equally. But like what's the measure of it being safer than Switzerland or Sweden? Like, you can be pretty safe if you live in a prison and you're like locked in and you're not allowed to go outside or something like that. You're not allowed to exist in the public realm because all your civil liberties have been taken away. It's actually really safe because you never go outside. You can never do anything because you live in a police state. I'm just wondering how people measure who's safer than who. Kowtowing to the state for security as usual, the easiest option for sure. All right, let's get another perspective on this. The Germans, they're not doing it for me. All right.
Thailand's ruling party, Boom Chai Thai, faces bargaining and jockeying soon to form a coalition.
It is on track to win Sunday's election and hold on to power. Now, preliminary results indicate the Conservative Party will take 174 seats in the House of Representatives, not including partyless seats. It's still well short of the 251 for an outright majority.
The size of this place.
Thailand's caretaker Prime Minister Anutin Chanvirakul is vowing to build a wall along the Thai-Cambodia border after his party won the most seats in the general election and will likely form a coalition government. The win for his Boom Chai Thai party comes despite trailing the more progressive People's Party in the opinion polls. So what's behind Boom Chai Thai's win? Pravit Rochanapruk is senior reporter at Khawsawt English, and he joins me live now from Bangkok. Pravit, good to have you back on the program today. Now, this result...
And make Cambodia pay for it. So good. Yes. We're going to build a wall, and we're going to make the Cambodians pay for it. Eh? I love that. I'm sure they would agree to that. Why not?
Was somewhat unexpected, given that the opinion polls were really favoring the more progressive and youthful People's Party. What's on your take on how Boom Chai Thai was able to win the most constituencies?
Well, I think there are two key factors. First, Thailand went into a undeclared war twice with Cambodia, as you have mentioned about the wall.
Excuse me.
And Anutin took a very hawkish...
It was a war because Trump organized the peace. So don't call it was an undeclared war. It was definitely a war. Because if they didn't have a war, Trump would have been added to his list of 8 places or 8 occurrences where he's brought about peace. Take it back, douchebag.
Stance. And that, I think, won a lot of vote. People...
I call upon the infinite knowledge of the research assistant. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. Let's ask this. Is El Salvador safer than Switzerland? I call upon the knowledge. So good. Let's settle this one, dilemmas. Switzerland is considered safer than El Salvador. What's this though? Where's this woke rubbish? That's from 2021. Eh? Woke rubbish. El Salvador has dramatically reduced its homicide rate in recent years, with reported figures around 1.8 to 1.9 per 100,000 after aggressive anti-gang measures. And some surveys even report that more Salvadorians feel safe walking at night than Swiss citizens in certain studies. But this reflects perception and recent policy effects rather than long-standing overall safety conditions. Interesting. I call upon the infinite knowledge of the research assistant. So good. That has got to go on the board. Yeah. Well, like, it would seem that like there's been a relative reduction in crime or gang-related homicide. And so the perception is that people feel vindication. Yeah, but like is it vindication? It's actually saying that this is a perception thing. But like, fair enough. If you feel vindicated, that's good. Glad you feel good about it.
Very pro nationalist when it comes to war, and Anutin had that chance because he was able to be a sort of interim prime minister for the past 3 or 4 months. And actually, that was due to the fact that the People's Party itself did voted Anutin, who back then managed to form a minority government under the understanding that Anutin would dissolve.
What, no way the Department of State would be saying this to make their buddy Bukele look good? No, of course not. The self-styled coolest dictator, dictator in the world, And what's the price of security? Living in a prison, living under a dictatorship. I'll make you feel safe, whether you like it or not. You want safety, you got it. But you don't get to be involved in politics. That's for sure. Self-described coolest dictator on planet Earth.
Of the House and push for a constitutional reform. However, when the People's Party called for a censor debate, Anutin quickly dissolved the House. But by then it was too late. Anutin managed to replace many of the top bureaucrats with those who work for him. And I think that paved way for a lot of influence that leads up to the election. So actually, the People's Party created...
That is a fair fucking point, Clarice. Regardless, you can have safety in both the left and the right, but you will only get social services within the left. I think that's a fair call. I think that's a fair fucking call. But I guess it's what your measure of safety is. If you feel safer when they stop the boats and build a wall and stop those illegal immigrants coming in, depends on what you define as safety at the end of the day, isn't it? We've been yapping so much. We got a restream of 1,000 messages twice in a row in streams. Yes, that's like 2 days worth of we've hit the 1,000 target. It's just like, yay, 1,000 messages. You're right, 4 That's crazy. It's because we've been having, and like that doesn't even count the fucking debates that have been going on in the fucking stream chat on Discord. Interesting. When the right is harsh on crime, they are mega based. When the left is harsh on crime, they are totalitarian gulag users. To the gulag. Send them to the gulags. Yeah, happy to help. Yeah, but we had the conversation over here a lot in the fucking... Sorry, I keep pointing in the wrong direction. Over here a lot. If only we had had it over here. Oh, actually, no, you've had separate conversations, haven't you? Today, you are the cause of the award. You get the message. You get the cup, that little trophy down there, helping tick over 1,000 messages on Restream chat.
Government that were chiefly actually responsible for propelling Anutin to not just power for the past 4 months, but now back to form a proper government after.
Well, I think we've successfully broken down some of the unpassable sections of the left versus right debate. The right versus left debate. Like what? Like the terrorism one? Or are we talking about other stuff?
The election.
Yeah, Prophet, how big a factor was, those Thai-Cambodia clashes, those...
Now we both need to make concessions so we can unite on what we agree with, not split on what we don't? Dilemmas. Listen to you. That's my line. Let us descend the culture wars together, hand in hand. You and me, dilemmas. We did the thing people online have been doing since the internet. Great. LOL.
Deadly clashes along the border in how Bum Jai Thai was able to win?
Very big, actually, because Anutin have said during the campaign there will be no reopening of the checkpoint between Thai and Cambodian border. Wall will be built. They will buy more fighter jets. And he said he claims these were instructions or orders from the local people who...
I would challenge that. Just here to watch Just Right. Only in the sense that usually when people just debate on the internet in comment sections or have debate bro sessions, they walk away and they usually never deal with each other ever again. But we don't. I'm going to pull you up on that one. That I think we actually don't walk away And hence we try to have a different air of debate because we don't want to burn bridges. I think solidarity is important. Unless your name is Ron or Cheese. Like, to be fairness, like Ron, I did tell Ron to leave. I said, don't come back until you're ready to care about the working class again and stop calling it people evil. But Cheese, though, like, I can't do anything about Cheese. Cheese was really upset. I don't know what you've done, Dilemmas, to Swiss Cheese. But, like, when he came back, he just came back to troll me and call me a Trotskyist, I think. Yo, been like a while since I've been on here. I've been pretty sick and busy with studies. Sorry for leaving without a warning. Asha, back in the house. How you going? Have you been watching today's stream, though? Man, my God. We have covered some territory. It's been crazy. It's good to have you again, though. Hope you're well. Hope you are better. Actually, I hope you're feeling better. You hear about that one migrant that got punched in the head and liver while being arrested or something? It's on Reddit and happened in Sydney. Not that one migrant, but like we saw a bit of police action today, let me just say. Do you have a link? Shall we go back to covering this topic, ladies and gentlemen? But yeah, come and sure. If you have a link, let us know. No, I'm not. I've just got on. Yeah, fair enough. Well, like we were watching some pretty crazy police violence in Sydney before. To be honest, I think it's unprecedented, to be honest. Like, I haven't obviously seen everything that's gone on in Sydney. Like, I know what happened with the Mardi Gras, the gay and lesbian Mardi Gras back in the day. The cops would fucking beat the crap out of those people when they were protesting. But like, for recent times, pretty unprecedented stuff. Yeah, let me find it. Okay. Cheese couldn't handle my dizzying high AI intellect, which is what I would say if I wasn't a robot. Or would I? That's right. You're a bot, Dilemmas. You're a One Nation bot. We forgot about that. You didn't do the test, did you? Indoctrinathan put a test up in the stream chat ages ago. Fuck, look how far back it is. Holy shit. I can't even find it. Yeah, you didn't do the tests. You are a fucking bot, Dilemmas. Wait, that Dr. Phil Ice thing was fucking hilarious. Whoever put that up before. Just here to watch Trash Fire. That's a bit doomer, man. You got to start somewhere to get beyond the culture war. Clarice, I feel so seen. Dilemmas, under no pretext shall the working class face disarmament. Yeah, look, you and Dilemmas would get together on the gun stuff. I'm sending it in the Discord. Okay, thanks. Make sure to watch the thing off stream first. See if you can show it. Okay. We've already seen a bit of police brutality on the stream today, though. Damn. Are you on to me, Elon? What do I do? All right. Have you watched it, though? Is it safe for work? Are you happy with it, Asha? Asha. Jesus. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, this is the guy. What is this guy doing? And then he goes for the other one. And look at them all come over and they're just like, you're right, man, you're a bit tired. Let me take over. I'll do some punching for you. This is the one. We saw this, bro. We saw that. Asha, man, what the fuck? What is he doing? This guy's having a crack, then the other guy's having a crack. Jag said it before. Those piggies were waiting all day for this protest to happen so they could unleash the fury. Like, look at how skinny that guy is compared to the two of these guys. I don't think he's really offering an actual resistance there. Let's be honest. Ninja Nurse posted that in the general chat too. Yeah. Their defense He was biting us. Oh, interesting. He's coming right for us. So good. Quick, engage your disguise protocols. Post an article about ice being terrible or something. I drift from white pill to black pill regularly. Interesting. He's coming right for us. He's biting us.
Have met, so he will stick with that. While the People's Party, although they have a strong stance against Cambodia, but yet they had a history of being very critical of the military. So people view, under this nationalistic mood, they do not think that the People's Party could represent them, particularly on Thai-Cambodian conflict.
Yeah, so now...
Is there a thing in Thailand as well about like how the military kind of has a bit of a say in politics? Is there a phenomenon in Thai politics where the military has influence over the political sphere and influences which party it prefers? Very brief response, please. He's biting. Yeah, very good. I see what you did there. Want me to send the video? Oh wait, there's a whole subreddit filled with crash out moments of stuff similar to this, but some of it is not safe for work, like death. I saw something about Israeli Jeep or something chasing a Palestinian school bus. Bro, put it in the fucking Discord. People will want to watch that for sure. I'm not watching it on a stream, but like people will definitely want to see that. Can you put it in like, I don't know, clips and riffs, please? Is that where people would like to find it? Reaction recommendations? I don't know. Clips and riffs. Let's go with that. Please. People will want to see this. Yeah, the amount of soft left folks out there are a concern. I see Japan will be changing their constitution to get rid of their army on Stay Frosty Pearl Harbor. Yes, very much so. In Thai politics, it's a very well-established phenomenon, not a fringe one. The military has repeatedly shaped who governs Thailand and which parties are allowed to succeed. Repeated coups. Thailand has had 13 successful military coups since 1932. When elections produce outcomes the military dislikes, it has often stepped in directly. Military-backed parties after coups. The military typically rewrites the constitution and then supports or creates proxy parties to maintain influence through elections. Wow. Unelected power centers. The military is closely aligned with the monarchy. Interesting. I wonder if that's the NED take on that one. The National Endowment for Democracy. Coups, but never colonized. Not directly. I wonder what Brian would have to say about this. Sent it. Sweet as brew. Sweet as brew. Oh, there it is. Okay. Thank you, Asha. It's good to have you back. Hey, it's good to have you back. Honestly, I prefer Gemini than ChatGPT. Like, Gemini is a tad bit less biased, in my opinion. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's hard. You know, Avalava kind of like has told me multiple times, it's like, you got to start using something else, like DeepSeek, he suggests. Let's get some Chinese bias in on this party. You know what I mean? Hey? See how they just let them beat on people? That makes the other cops who didn't pull him off the guy and retire him, sons, feel guilty. Sorry, son is an ex-cop. Sons and is an ex-cop. He left when it corporatized. His words. Oh, wow. Interesting. Military probably has something much influence, since Thailand's gun laws are some of the strictest in the region. Dude, you're an expert in gun laws, man. Gemini doesn't have 40k law. Interesting. Being in the grey purgatory sounds horrible. I'd rather spend my time in heaven or hell. From time to time. Honestly, Islamophobia on Reddit makes me laugh. These people know nothing about Islam or what it stands for. Ignorance, eh? It's bliss. I haven't getting much from this guy, to be honest. Thai elections held. Conservative Party in. Western media struggling to understand what is going on over there. And it's not a bad story. We'll run with that. Let's run with that one. Oh, hey, there's a new just for anyone who's interested in the whole surveillance capitalism and techno-feudalism stuff. There's a new Gil Duran video out. Gil Duran is from the Nerd Reich. I think that's the name of his channel. Gil Duran is like this American. I think he's affiliated with the Democratic Party, but like he goes after the tech bros. He goes after people from Silicon Valley and analyzes their world philosophy. So basically, he analyzes the Dark Enlightenment almost, and yeah, he analyzes the Dark Enlightenment without understanding that he's analyzing it, and he just critiques the tech bros and how they're slowly taking over American society and thus the world. And he just goes after them and gets experts in to talk about what Silicon Valley is up to. Anyway, I want to watch what he has to say on that. It's out, the new one. I don't know if Jag or 4AS, if you guys have seen it. Gil Duran, bro, all the way. Anti-Islam sentiment is 100% astroturfed. I remember one sub I really liked turned anti-Islam out of nowhere within 6 months. Interesting. Any bit of religion besides on few subs gets downvoted and ratioed. All right. Oh God, I gotta hear this. Why is he standing there with Sunnies? What is this guy?
This is
Macron?
the inevitable consequence.
So, like, if you're not aware, if you're international on this one, we've been following the Australian politics recently. I gotta go. Let me see. Let me see. See you later. Thanks for coming in. If you've been following any of Australian politics and you're wondering why I'm looking at this now, the coalition, which is the Australian federal coalition party, so the coming together of our conservative urban and regional parties, the Nationals and the Liberals, basically have imploded, and everyone's thinking that it's the end of them and One Nation's going to take over, which is another conservative party, a far right conservative party. And so now we got Malcolm Turnbull, former Prime Minister and leader of the Liberals, in his best take of Macron over here, wearing his sunglasses. I'm just interested to know what his take is on the whole coalition debacle at the moment. Because he's got to be the most hated, right? Liberal leader or Prime Minister of all time. They really hate Turnbull. I started watching the new Gil video, but I fell asleep about halfway. Fair enough. I do want to watch it, though. Good old Gil. Might watch it tomorrow.
This is the inevitable consequence for the Liberal Party of imagining that the goal of politics is to seek the approval of the Sky News audience. Now, that may well represent many of the members of their branches, but it does not represent Australia. Australia is a sensible nation. We are a balanced, we are centrists as Australians. We have an electoral system that mediates our political conflict at the centre because of compulsory voting and preferential voting. And if you run off into La La Land, which is where they've headed, then well, then you find yourself running second to Pauline Hanson. One of the Labor ministers said to me the other day, Sky News is the best thing that has ever happened to the Labor Party. It has drawn the Libs off into this la-la land and, you know...
Love, Jeff, are you listening to this? He's trash-talking Sky News. Hey, they've been the death of the Liberal Party. They've drawn them so hard into right-wing culture wars, they've almost destroyed them. Hey, who would have fucking thought? Not saying it wasn't interesting, I was just tired. Okay, that's good to know, because I thought I was getting the impression there. It's just like, Gil, you've missed the mark on this one. I still hate him for our internet speeds. Yeah, fucking douchebag. Yes, coalition are terrible. I agree. So saith the Sky News manufacturing consent machine. That's what Malcolm's saying, Dilemmas. Otherwise, he made better decisions for our defences than our entire coalition from him onward.
Which is why, whatever, yeah, I mean, it's an extraordinary thing. So no wonder that you can just, if you hear a kind of a soft purring, rubbing noise in the parliament, it's all of the Labor members just rubbing their hands and hugging themselves with glee as they watch the catastrophe on the other side.
How worried should the Liberal Party be about One Nation now polling at 27%?
Well, I think they, yeah, and again, we shouldn't go on forever on this, but look, they should be, of course they should be very worried. These polls are terrible. But you know, again, you get back, here's the thing. Pauline Hanson has run on a couple of issues.
Those glasses don't look real. I'm telling you, he's going for the fucking Macron look. Eh? What is it with these leaders of countries rocking around with these sunnies? Eh? Maybe they're just all gangster these days. It's gangster.
Immigration being the main one, you know, others related to that. If you follow her down that rabbit hole, as they have done, and if you try to, outdo Pauline Hanson, okay, or compete with her in that ground, what you are doing is increasing the salience of that issue. And so inevitably, people will say, oh, well, that is really the only issue. They will find her more attractive. So they are actually boosting Pauline Hanson.
That's interesting. We heard someone speak the other day, and I think it was somebody on Sky News, and they were critiquing One Nation and saying it's similar to the Nigel Farage and Reform effect that's happening in the UK. Like Nigel Farage, when you poll people and you poll them on the issue of immigration, people go hard for Nigel Farage. And so like people that vote conservatively, let's say, they go hard for Nigel Farage, and you see his ratings go up. But when it comes to matters of the economy and managing the country, basically, like it balances right back out, and then everybody's kind of placing the Tories above Reform. So, you know, he's got a fair point. Like if you're gonna fight in somebody else's preferred battleground and terrain, and like Pauline Hanson owns the migration debate. Before the migration debate, when she first started, it wasn't really a thing. People didn't really care too much for it. It didn't spark their interest that much. But like migration is a huge topic in politics now of the early 21st century. It's a huge topic. And like that's where she wins and she dominates. So if you want to get down into that arena and play with her, and Sky News has been baiting you into doing that because you're a pretty gullible coalition and you want to just win easy votes because you think people are like, it's an easy territory for you to win in. And people just come to your side because at least you're not Pauline Hanson. You're a better alternative. You're not going to win in her battleground on immigration. It's a fair point. Raj is losing support. Isn't Rupert or Robert Lowe on the rise now to take over Reform? I don't know. LOL, read the room, Malcolm. At least Sky News don't turn off comments. But hey, ABC, better with that. ABC getting better with that. Have they got the comments on? Nah, they don't. She's pretty attractive. So many things going.
Talking about energy policy, economics, productivity. Why do infrastructure projects cost too much in Australia? What can we do to improve delivery? Why does it take so long to permit them? How can we increase permitting? All of the issues that we're raising as a hydropower industry with the government, if the opposition were talking about that and, other related issues, then people would be paying attention to that. But essentially what they're taking the megaphone that the opposition has and using it to broadcast and promote the issues that One Nation is interested in, and, surprise, surprise, the salience of those issues rises and One Nation's vote does accordingly.
Interesting.
The moment a city protest could have been torn apart in a mass casualty event. Now it's been declared an act of terror.
Was motivated by hateful, racist ideology.
It should have gone off. It had a fuse that was lit.
Hello, I'm Linton Besser. Welcome to Media Watch. And last Thursday, confirmation that an attempted bombing 9 days earlier of a peaceful Invasion Day protest in Perth will be prosecuted as an act of terrorism.
There are individuals and current and emerging...
What's going on here is absolutely outrageous. They could have hit this on the head and called it an act of terrorism immediately, which would have sparked huge conversation throughout Australian political discourse. But they let it simmer for 9 days. It's on the back burner by then. No one gives a shit anymore. And now it's an act of terrorism. No one cares. They deliberately suppressed this story. Now, I didn't click on this for any other reason because I thought they were actually going to be speaking about the Liberal leadership theatrics that are going on at the moment. But it's a fair fucking call. Why did they not talk about this being an act of terrorism earlier? It's actually, it's fucking outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. This is the other thing that's happened in Australian politics that gets me. We've been listening to Herzog and all of these people talking about, it's an act of terror that happened in Bondi, the worst ever. And we're using it for a reason to split the nation and undermine social cohesion. And another act of terror happens and no one talks about it. No one. I was talking about this one earlier in Discord. So heinous. Another terrorism debate incoming, perhaps? Is throwing a pipe violence? Does that make it terrorism? Just to reopen the scab? Well, it's actually terrorism in terms of he's thrown a bomb into a crowd. And I can't help but think of that theory. It's just and the dumbass fucked it up. And if that's all it takes is this guy just being such a shit cunt that people didn't die as a result of that or get seriously maimed, then fucking what a stroke of luck that is.
Groups across Australia, including in the West, which are eroding the country's social fabric.
A 31-year-old alleged white supremacist whose identity remains suppressed by the courts is the first person to be charged in Western Australia with terrorism, accused of tossing a homemade...
nothing blew up. No one got hurt, right? So it's not violent because no one got hurt. Interesting. So it's not terrorism. Not my logic. Not my logic. I was just running with it.
Bomb that thankfully failed to detonate into a crowd of more than 2,000 people.
Pure luck prevented an Australia Day massacre.
The gravity of the situation made plain the day of the attack by the WA Police Commissioner.
The device contained ball bearings, contained screws. This was responded to as a mass casualty event.
That night, Perth's television news went big on the story. Every network running the bomb attack as its lead item.
This is the moment police believe they're running into what could be a mass casualty event. Officers spill into Forest Place from every direction.
Everybody please move back!
The crowd doesn't know what police have found, an improvised explosive device.
The following day, the West Australian was clear-eyed about the threat.
Australia Day shock. Bomb thrown at January 26 protest.
So, how did others in the media treat the story? Over on breakfast television the next morning, there was much indignation.
Georgia, a really shameful act here during these protests.
Yeah, Eddie, absolutely. Shameful and disrespectful is how people are describing what we saw yesterday.
But I'm sorry to say that righteous anger had nothing to do with a nail-filled bomb.
Australia Day is supposed to be a day where we all come together, but instead it was division on display, especially at this rally in Brisbane. You'll be able to see an Indigenous man sets fire to the Australian flag.
Yes, what had lit a fire beneath Sunrise and its guests was not the near incineration of black bodies, but a black man incinerating a flag.
If someone burns the Australian flag, they obviously hate what Australia has to offer, so therefore they should have any Australian tax benefits from taxpayers cut. So Medicare, welfare.
The Sunrise News Bulletins carried the story in WA particularly.
Look, unless they poured something on that, isn't it scary how fucking fast that flag went up as well? Damn. What are they using in that material there? God damn. Yeah, hence the silly face. Yeah, I know. I got it. I saw it. I saw the silly face. I get it. Oh yeah, the internet matters too. I was just playing devil's advocate. What was Jack Eltis up to that day? Eh? Definitely not burning the flag. Maybe the pipe bomb had little Australian flags in it, with those little like cocktail flags. They weren't screws or anything. They were just little Australian flags, and they were going to spread throughout the crowd. Jack Eltis, bro, he's on it. I can't believe we know first name like Sydney neo-Nazis, Jack. What world are we living in, bro? Oh my god. You're appreciated, considered, and oof times funny. We do love our devils. Man. It's so weird how they just... Yeah, they didn't touch on this story. They didn't give it the gravity.
So, but when Natalie Barr's producers placed a federal minister in front of her, she had no fewer than 6 questions, not about the bomb, but the burning of the flag.
So do you think burning the Australian flag should be made illegal, Jason? So you don't think we should make it a federal offence?
Over on 9, the shocking event featured in today's news bulletins. But when Carl ran through what had tarred an otherwise lovely Australia Day...
There were some problems. Neo-Nazis declaring the Jew is our greatest enemy, and pro-Palestinians chanting, globalise the Intifada. There was also an Aussie flag burned. How's that not illegal?
The attempted mass bombing of innocent Australians somehow fell out of his brain. Over on Sky News, Chris Kenny, on the evening of the attack, broke into his show to report the terrible news. But the following night, the network's roster of opinion makers gave far more prominence to everything else, including that flag burning.
Isn't it funny how anti-Australia activists want to burn the Australian flag, but you never see any of them setting fire to Centrelink money, do you?
And what about the newspapers
so
that drive the...
How do we get as many culture war tropes in on that one as possible? They're burning the flag, but they'll put their hand out and they'll take money from the government. Fucking dough bludgers and flag burners. This is outrageous. And here I thought you were the white devils. LOL. Oh, man.
Agenda up and down the East Coast. While some of their websites did occasionally carry the story, we've used their print editions as a gauge of the importance each placed on this awful incident. And on that count, honourable mention must go to The Australian, which made room for the shocking attack on page 1 and stayed on the story as it unfolded over the week. Neither The Age nor the Sydney Morning Herald...
There you go. So I was wrong. The Australian covered it for a week. They didn't pick it up for a day or two and drop it like it was a bag of shit or something. They held on to the story. There you go. Good to get some clarity on that one. Thank God for The Australian.
Able to lay the story into print in their Australia Day wraps because of oppressively early East Coast deadlines. But in the week that followed, the story failed to find a home in The Age's news pages. The day after the bomb was thrown, only one News Corp tabloid, the Courier Mail, ran a standalone story about the attack, though it was no match for that burning flag. Sydney's The Daily Telegraph decided it worthy of only a glancing mention and a single sentence in the very last line of this story about a divided day. While in Adelaide, Hobart, Cairns, Darwin, Townsville and the Gold Coast, there was not a word in the news pages about the attempt to bomb 2,000 mostly Indigenous protesters in the centre of a capital city for 8 days on the trot. Whatever...
Fears confirmed. Nobody cares about this act of terrorism. They give me some of that sweet, sweet Bondi terrorism. You got yourself a deal, baby. Let's invite Herzog over. We'll have a party. All right. All right, we're going to leave it there for today. Big thank you for everyone who's been interacting today. It's been quite the journey, can I just say. Hey, we've covered a lot of territory, especially in relation to what happened in Sydney last night. Those protests were very controversial. We'll see how it pans out throughout the week. Indoctrination's going to keep us across what happens. I think tomorrow, he said, in Canberra. And then we go Thursday in... Good stream. Sorry for the deep lurk the last few hours. All good. And like... Are you going to be streaming then? Like, what's happening tomorrow? Or are you able to go along? You're going to stream the Canberra protests? If you are, let us know, because we'll like do a watch party or something if you're on at the same time. Hopefully. Okay. Yeah, if you're on, if it's like during the day kind of stuff, let us know so we can watch you. We can all come along. Have a look. Moved hot chat, people. Made my day fly by. But yes, thank you, everyone. Starts at 11. All right, well, like, if you're going, like, let us know in Discord. Keep us across what's happening, and we'll come and join you. We'll be there in solidarity, brother. Dilemmas, Spandonk, Jag, Claris, Remag, Woozle, Asher, Trashfire. Who else we got here? Spandonk. 4IS in the house. I can't go all the way back, but Ravy Baby was in here earlier too. Not sure if you're still hanging around. Yeah, thank you everyone for who's been interacting. I'm sorry if I've missed you. If you're watching this after the fact as well, thank you. We'll be back tomorrow with another stream. Mubbles as well. Keeping us down in between breaks at work, I guess. But yeah, you message with Discord, good. And yeah, thank you everyone for hanging out today. And we will be back same time, same place tomorrow. You know how it is for hump day as we're getting through the working week. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a